Gamers, hello. Hello, hello. It is time. It is the time, you could say. The time of the day. I did a little bit of research, and I do think I have some ideas. So we should be able to get something done today. Ideally. I hope. A lot. So let's see where we left off. I think we have something that's not perfect, but we have something that we can work with, which is all that matters. Boom. Okay, man, it's still looking beautiful. I'm happy. So, I looked a little bit into projectiles that we can use. I think I found like 5 different ones that all look decent. And I also changed the hitbox issue. So if you scale it down, the hitbox also scales down properly now. So that's cool. So we probably want to grow and shrink them. Also, one more thing that I considered. What if we actually make it? I mean, we probably have to try it out to see how like the physics turn out. But what if we don't actually force the player to be in the middle, but make it that the player wants to be in the middle? That's like what I'm thinking. If the black holes are rotating anyway, right? This one goes this way, this one goes this way. They're just permanently rotating. I mean, you obviously want to be in the middle, right? Because like, especially if this one is pushing you and this one is sucking you, you don't want to be too close to one of them. And I think that probably feels way more natural than if you have like some circle in the middle that you can't leave. Now again, it really depends how like the gravity is going to play out. Because I think that could be a little bit hard to like tweak. To make like the suction and push effect feel right. But yeah, we need to figure that out. That is like my current base idea. Also, I'm considering, so it's like, I mean, it is a white hole, right? And if you think about like nature and physics and stuff, like, I mean, a white hole is like kind of similar to a black hole, right? So black holes are a bit easier to imagine. A black hole is just a mess of a bunch of garbage, right? It's like just a bunch of mass that's like compressed, so it's a lot of different things. So I think it would make kind of sense if our white hole would be emitting like different types of projectiles as well, to kind of like represent that have like slightly different characteristics, where maybe some of them are a bit slower but do more damage, maybe some give you like crazy knockback, I don't know. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. Random furniture sprites, yeah, for sure, man. But there's a couple that I took notes of that we can use. That I put somewhere. Okay, I was thinking the 2 nebula ones. This one, which doesn't sound cool, but actually is really cool. Star Ref, which looked really cool. And I don't even remember what this one is. Let me pull this up real quick. Okay, so first we had 634 and following. Okay, so we have these 2, which I think are already very cool and fitting with like this black hole galaxy universe type theme. I think they're very fitting. Oh, also, I did figure out a way how we can apply a shader or even completely recolor a projectile. It's a bit more effort, but there is a way, so we don't have to rewrite the entire thing if we just want to change a small little thing for a projectile. Yeah, but like doing a shader is going to be easier than just changing color. So we're probably just going to do a shader then, probably. But okay, we have those. We have 459, which is this one, which I think could look pretty cool. Was it kind of like a ball that has like some crazy aura around them? Looks kind of cool. I actually don't even know what these are. It's from the blaster cannon, but oh, they probably changed the sprite at some point. They probably changed it. Maybe not. I don't know. Because I never used the weapon too much. Then we have Star Wrath, which I think also looks amazing. I mean, just look at this thing. Looks pretty damn cool. And the last one is 538. Which, I mean, needs a little bit more imagination, but it kind of looks like some Stardust fragment, so I thought, I mean, it would kind of fit with, like, the theme. Even though I really don't know, like, where these come from. Or from enemies. Does it have a trail? I mean, I don't know. I guess we would have to find out. I mean, trail isn't necessarily a bad thing. Oh, Nebula Piercer. We can actually use this one for, like, bullet hells. Oh, I like this one. I do like this one. You know what, let me actually get all of these, because I think we're probably going to use some of the other ones as well at some point. What? What's the last one? This one with 573. Even though I gotta say, this one also looks kind of cool. The Nebula Sphere. Looks pretty cool, but it's probably not the thing we're looking for here. But yeah, these were like the ones I found spontaneously, just by scrolling through once. Okay. So, I believe it's time to cook. So we need some type of counter, first of all, as always. Always need to know the time. Then we're going to do something very simple, which say if we're a black hole, we do a black hole stuff, otherwise we do the other stuff, I guess. That's simple, really. Okay, so as I said, I'm thinking for the black hole. Actually, no, we should start with the white hole, actually. Because this one's the one that's going to spawn the projectiles. Let's just say for now we just have one projectile. Yo, Dennis, what's up? Hello. I saw the unfortunate news. Sucks, man. And do we... I mean, we could just spawn it manually. Sure. I mean, it's very simple logic. Actually, the question is, do we want to aim towards the white hole or not? I'm thinking completely random. Maybe just a random for now. And see how the physics are gonna play out. And wasting firing then, understandable. Very understandable. You know, I mean, for you, it's definitely worse than for me. Because for me, when do I get them? I get them after Golem. So I only miss out on like one boss. One boss? No, I miss out on 2 bosses. But you're missing out on a lot of bosses. But yeah, it's pretty boring. You know, I actually always asked, what is this projectile? It's a field we have. I mean, in Infernum, you can only craft them after Plantera. I don't know about, like, Fargos or anything. Entity. Interesting. Position. Oh, it is source. Actually, we can just... No, like, how do I get a random angle again? I feel like there was a method for that, man. Wait, wait, what was that? Float direction? Is that it? Oh, actually, no, it's just gonna be like 0, 1. No. The hell is that? Was it like circular? No, it takes a circle. Yeah, whatever. .340 armor then? That's pretty fast. I tried using the Crimson Rod. I have not. But as a matter of fact, we can't. Because we can't even hit the boss. So unfortunately, that's not gonna help. I mean, do you think a Crimson Rod would help here? Let's be honest. I don't think it would help. I might be honest. I think a massive fucking black hole is stronger than some tiny rain. Even though technically it doesn't suck yet. Unfortunately. No damage. No knockback. Okay, I mean, that should be it. That should be it. We probably want to change scale over time. It's going to be a bit of a more advanced logic. So just do this for now. Legendary Massacre, say go for it. I still want to try it at some point, but kind of don't feel it currently. Okay, we don't do anything. That's great. Why's that? Oh, because we never call this. Yeah. Hmm. That's fair. It is a valid argument. Wow, look at that. That's beautiful. Oh, ooh. Okay, we have to change that. That is annoying. Ooh. Yeah, honestly, I have no idea what to try to type there. Okay, we can ignore this fact for now. That's an issue with like the projectile. Waters toolkits. Okay, but what does it do that Dragonlance doesn't do for me already? Right, because Dragonlance, I can spawn all NPCs, all my dust, all projectiles. I can look into entities. So I can do most things, right? I can stop time and do frame by frame. Right, I have my free cam, I have my hitboxes for everything that I ever want. So I think we're good on that. Honestly, I don't know what I would do without Dragonlance. This mod is so damn helpful. It's insane. But okay, for now we need a black hole behavior. Yeah, we don't really care too much about the projectiles for now. Because it's gonna need a lot of polish anyway. First, we just want to see the general stuff working. The question is though, what do we want to suck? Do we just suck everything? Or only projectiles that we spawned ourselves? Now you may ask, what's the difference? And that is a good question. But if we, for completeness sake, oh wait, actually, we can't really do that. Actually, we can if we have a static list. The tech or something. Yeah, as we just memorize which ones we have. But yeah, we do need a static list because we have 2 separate instances of that. With my own projectile, I mean, that wouldn't help me at all in that decision. It makes no difference. I mean, how would that help? No. Because I'm talking about like a general design decision. Like which projectiles do we want to suck in or not? It doesn't matter if we make our own projectile or not. Like that literally doesn't change anything. But if the black hole position stored in the projectile itself, that sounds awful. Why would I do that? I mean, how would that help though? And then we need to manually tell every projectile, hey, slowly go there. I mean, Like, the projectile should know about the black hole. The black hole should know about projectiles. I think that makes way more sense from like a design perspective. I mean, if you think about it, what makes more sense? Telling your one object, hey man, look at all these projectiles, or telling all your projectiles, hey man, there's this one object you need to care about. And get the projectiles, they still just do what they're supposed to do, we just change their velocity a bit. Like, that is like something external, that is not something specific to the projectiles, so the projectiles shouldn't care about that. Shocker. We had the projectiles, we remove them when they're gone. Okay, we do have like this homing method, right? You know, it's in the wrong file. So much garbage open, man. Okay, we do have the homing one. Does have a reference that we do need to change. In shield phase. I don't even know if we can use this method, but we're just gonna see if that's gonna work. It should be in projectile helper for sure. Why is this all so weird, man? Looks so bad. Okay, the thing is strength. Strength should be dependent on distance. So projectile distance to projectile center. Actually, no, projectile.center. I'm actually not sure what type of formula we want to use. Does it mean it should be something quadratic? Probably. But it only really makes sense if you know like the upper distance, the maximum distance, right? I mean, what if you just put in something way too high that we know it's never going to exceed? So what if we divide distance by, let's say 200 blocks. What is that? Let me get my calculator. 3,200. What is the number? Between 0 and 1. So when the distance is big, it goes to 1. Which is the opposite of what we want. We move this and we can just square this, right? Hopefully. And then let's see if that makes any sense. Yeah, it should get faster because this one overrides velocity, right? It does. Actually, maybe we need to adapt this logic. Because technically, the way like gravity and stuff works, it would add on top of the velocity, right? And not override it. Kind of. Yeah, we just see how it feels. And that's what we can also say. If the distance is less than, I don't know, 1 tile. I mean, we could just make them despawn anyway. Because that's kind of what it's supposed to do. Does this one ignore walls or no? It does not. Okay, I see. Would you call both? Very cool. You're in pain. I mean, if you only want to use the AI slots, yeah. I mean, honestly, I don't use them at all. But I also don't care about multiplayer, so... it is what it is. Ooh, look at that. It's a bit too strong, the homing. If you need more values, just make more values. And then synchronize them. Not use anything else. Okay, so basically... for example, you see like... let's say color, for example. Actually, no, let's say this. So I have my projectile, a custom projectile, that is my black-white hole, and it has a parameter where we tell it if it's a black hole that we need to set from the outside. And the way it works, you make your normal projectile, right, which is just a projectile. On that, you can call .mod projectile, and then you cast it into that certain projectile that you want. And then you can just access these fields with that casted projectile. Yeah, this is. And of course, you can just leave this away. And you have like the default projectile. So you can still change stuff like scale, velocity, and so on. Oh, you did this, and then you have access to like the higher level, kind of. Right, and if you have this one, you can also still call .projectile. Then you still have access to all the basic fields. But okay, I would say it's working. It's just a little bit too strong. A little bit. I mean, let me like see in what range these are. So honestly, I was expecting the number to be really small. Actually, maybe it's really big because of the 1 minus. Okay, maybe I shouldn't print like the rotation. Or whatever this is. The speed, sure. I think it's about 0.25. So what do we do for the shield phase? Okay, we had like 1% there. Yeah. 25 is a lot there. It's very consistently like 25. It's probably a consequence of dividing by such a massive number. So we compute. Wait. So we pretty much just take this point, compute the distance to any projectile. Let's say this one. We get this distance. We divide it by a huge number. So this distance is going to be very small. Divided by a massive number. Let me actually simulate. If you put in like, I don't know, 100 distance. Divided by 3.2k. We get like 0.03. Very tiny number. Yeah, then we do 1 minus and it becomes really big. Okay. Like, how is it so consistently like 0.25? I mean, no, what if you just say for now? With like a default? Which we multiply by a lerp. It goes from 0 to 1. Based on distance. So let's say as distance goes from 1000 to 0. Right, distance goes from 1000 to 0. So this returns 1 when we reach 0 distance. Then maybe juice this up a little. How about that? Okay, it's a bit of an issue if they get stuck in like a circle. Okay, but also the homing is a bit too weak for some of those. Look, it kind of does what it's supposed to do. So definitely to make the suck way stronger when it's getting close. And also it's too weak in general. I mean, what if we just put in 1? Also, what if we put in a different projectile for testing? What did I say earlier? 3435 nebula. Oh, no. I went back in. So why are we printing zeros? Shouldn't this be the speed? The strength? Oh, this was spawning too many. Oh, those are kind of cool. I think the suck is still too weak. Because I would love if, like, most projectiles still at some point, like, get there. Oh, wait, I see the issue. If the distance is further than this time is 0. Meaning we don't apply anything. I mean, technically, does it even matter which number you put in here, as long as it's big? I'm not sure. Let me see, how big is our one right now? I think it's like 100 blocks, something like that. Maybe more like 150. So let's assume maybe like 250. 250 blocks times 16. That'd be 4,000. Okay, sure, let's see. No, we still need like some exponential stuff. Because a projectile's like a very close, they should just get sucked in immediately. They should never like swirl around. Okay, it's a bit too strong. A little bit. Okay, a little bit weaker. Still too strong. They're still just like looping around. Oh, we got up lagging. I'm lagging. Oh. I mean, in this case, what if we just take the square of that? Not the square, but the... Oh no, it is the square. Right, so the things that are closer are gonna get that extra suck they need. I know it's gonna make it strong, but the issue is it's not strong enough close to the black hole. I think I crashed my game. But we don't want linearity in here. Oh my god, it's so weak now. It's so damn weak. Oh my god, I'm lagging, man. Okay, you know what? Let me maybe ignore our current forming method. We'll just do it manually. I mean, I'm thinking what our homing should do, it should actually just add the direction to the vector over and over with increasing strength. And then that strength is kind of like our multiplier. That should make it feel less linear, I think. As we keep on adding it. So we need direction. You know, I just realized this code is horrible to read. So the only difference between the two is one is capitalized, the other one is not. It is horrible. Then we have the direction. We just add this on velocity, I'm thinking. So more projectile, you just call this on any projectile. The black hole class, what do you mean we're in that class right now? we're right in that class. But if you mean the code I showed before, it just is. Just call .mod projectile on any projectile. And then you cast it into whichever you think it should be. Isn't working. Are you casting it into the one that it should be? Yes. And the variable also has that type. So you have something of the form, you have an object, it's a projectile. But on a projectile you call mod projectile. Right, and you cast this to something. What is this, man? Yeah, maybe should have defined it earlier, man. That would help. Okay, how about this? How about that? Okay, it's a bit weak, but it got the spirit. Oh, they just turn around. Oh my god, so laggy. Okay, it is too weak. It's okay, we can change that. Oh. Oh, yeah. Actually, it does make sense. Yeah, I forgot about the issue that they do speed up quite a bit. I mean, the thing is, they should go faster. Obviously, they shouldn't go that much faster. Maybe we just need to nerf the initial speed a bit. It all just misses. I don't remember how we're actually doing this one. Where is it? We do change the angle, yeah. Which again doesn't encapsulate like the speed. I mean, I guess what we can do, we normalize. No, we just can't add to the velocity. But we also can't set it. I think we actually have to use angles. Oh, actually, no, we can lerp. We can lerp velocity, right? So we know the current velocity, which normalizes the current direction. And we can lerp towards this. I think that works. Oh wait, I don't remember what you did. I remember you did some weird stuff that in the end produced like the same result as my thingy, I believe. So I'm not too sure about that. Okay, so what I'm thinking. We set the velocity to a vector lerp that goes from the current velocity that we need to normalize action to all. I mean, we're just gonna see if it's gonna work or not. That's what I would say. Oh no, that's stupid. Normalize this. Oh wait, no, it does return a vector. Oh, I'm stupid. We don't need this. Wait, I can just put it here, it's even better. So it returns an error. I mean, maybe you should fix the error then. So I mean, I'm not sure what you're doing wrong. We could save normalize later. I don't think we can use it here, can we? No, we can't. Yeah, we just do it later, because it's kind of annoying right now. I mean, it should be kind of rare that this is 0 anyway. So we'll do from current direction to this based on okay, we can do this if we don't have this. Then we put in the strength for our lerp. Then we need to figure out some speed. Which I mean is probably also going to be strength times some constant. Right, because that just gives us a vector, normalized vector. Actually, can I just get the direction? Direction is different, right? Yeah, it's an integer. Ooh. So, I mean, whichever number we put in here, that's like the max speed. Right? So that's just a vector. That is the scalar from 0 to 1. And if that is 5, the highest it could be is 5. But the only annoying part is if a projectile is ever more than 4k distance away, this goes to 0, and then this is 0. And then this crashes. I mean, I just hope that doesn't happen. You know what, max speed 5 is a lot. But I mean, it should be a lot, to be fair. But defining as a projectile, not a mod projectile. If you mean by mod projectile the name of your projectile, then yeah, that's an issue. Otherwise, I'm not sure what you mean. Okay, so base is a bit strong. But how's it so strong, actually? Oh, actually, we never consider the current speed. I think we're gonna be sitting on these physics for a long time. I mean, if you think about it, from a perspective of a black hole, all it does is it pulls something towards itself, where the pull is stronger if you're closer. Right? So we have this coefficient that pretty much just tells us how close we are from 0 to 1. Maybe... I think we need to scale this one down by a lot. So it just changes direction too fast. I mean, if it's like 10%, so like 90% away, kind of. Change the direction by 10% each frame, which is a lot. Okay, now it's a bit too little. Okay, now it's a little bit too strong. Literally just trying out all the magic numbers. Ooh. Oh, I think... Oh... I mean, it could have been almost there. Can I please leave, man? Thank you. Ah. Oh yeah, it died. Of course it did. Okay, I don't know if it's helping, but every time it crashes now, I'm just gonna delete the folder of mod reloader. Because if it takes me like 20 rebuilds to get the crash, honestly I'm fine with that. It still misses sometimes. And we should also probably... Actually, let me go back in. And see, like, how big is that? Like the middle. 13 to like 33. Let's maybe for simplicity, let's say 10 tiles across. So then we can do this. And we should also do this based on scale. Do we have default scale right now? What is our scale? We do use default scale, okay. Okay, at least we don't have lag now. But yeah, we do need to make this a little bit nicer. If you look, that I go outside, and they're just slowly getting turned around. Actually, do these also have the zoom issue? Do they? I think they do. Kind of annoying. But is that for all vanilla projectiles? I don't think so. Okay, I mean, it kind of does what it's supposed to do. That's cool. Then... how do we, like, rotate these? Like, should it just be a property, or do we just rotate them manually? I'm thinking manually. Because, I mean, otherwise we need to give them, like, a rotation even though... maybe we let them handle it, and then we can make the rotation also dependent on their spinning speed later. Because I think that could be kind of cool. Actually, no, it's not really a point in having these here. I'm still kind of triggered by this one, not gonna lie. This is so annoying. But actually, it probably would have been a better game design to just have one PNG with both textures. And based on which type we are, we just pick a different frame on the texture. Maybe that would have been smarter. Okay, what do we want to make? I forgot. Also, why are we not using that color? Oh, probably for debugging. Because of the shader stuff. Okay, we do need some rotation origin. Is that is null? Cringe. And we do need some rotation radius. Okay, then if our rotation radius, no, if our rotation origin is not the default vector, and we should set it to something, Then what? We need to know the current angle. Let's call it the old angle. Oh no, let's call it the current angle. So we need to know the angle between this rotation origin. You know, it's probably going to be the... Actually, it's probably going to be the other way around. Angle to this rotation origin. And as for now, we're just gonna add something to it, whatever it is. Which means we set our center to this rotation origin plus unit x rotated by the next angle times the rotation radius. Okay, then we actually need to set these here. What's the radius right now? I mean, just this offset, right? So it's 50 times 16. Wait. No, we do need to set the initial position, right? We don't need this. Do we? We kinda do. We need to rename it. Then we set the rotation origin to the arena center and the rotation radius to the radius. Same down here. I wish there was a better way of doing this, but I don't think there is. A better way to not copy paste this all. Okay, let's see. Let's see if Davy's moving. So painful. Hey, you get the hang of it. Oh, my eyes! Oh! Oh my god. The reality is getting torn apart. Maybe this one is incorrect. Possibly. I like how peaceful they are when you just tap out. And they're rotating in one spot. Ah, look at that. Wow. And most projectiles still fall into the black hole. Cool. You know, they do fall behind a little bit. And in reality, we'll probably rotate a bit slower. So smart. But okay, we are getting somewhere. Ooh. Ooh. I mean, we're getting somewhere. I mean, I would say that is a decently unique attack. I have never seen anything like that. Or maybe something does exist, who knows. I just love how they go in the complete opposite direction and still get slowly turn around. Oh, it's so cool. So smooth. They obviously also need to affect the player still, but we're probably gonna do that later. I think what I want to do is make them properly phasing out. So right now they just despawn once they hit this radius. And I mean, the only way we can really do that is either by using a shader to make them fade out. Or actually... Wait, let me do some research real quick. Is there an easier way of doing this, maybe? Hmm. Oh. Bro, if that works, that would be so sick. Yeah, we're slowly getting somewhere. Very slowly. It's still very scuffed. But I hope you guys can slowly start to see the vision I have with this. You know, it's really laggy. Okay, I mean, let me see if that exists. If that does exist... We may have a very easy way of doing this. Is there an alpha? Oh. The color and transparency? No way. But actually, but if that exists... Oh, it's probably not gonna work. Also, maybe with that logic, we should also be able to... Yeah, we have the alpha thing here. Yeah, I mean, let's see, maybe it does something. So I think this emote collection ain't bad. But yeah, it's gonna be a while. Let's hope I'm even gonna finish this. Yeah, okay, that literally doesn't do anything. Cool, cool. I mean, we do get the color of the projectile. I don't think that helps. What the hell is that? Okay, let's see what would happen. Projectiles. We have a projectile overwriter. We have 3 likes. Holy, that's crazy. And to think, what am I gonna upload for my 3 like special on YouTube? Okay, let's for simplicity only spawn 1 type for now. 634. Which one is that? This one? Yeah. Okay, if we have that type, then we just change the light color. But there's no way it's gonna work. Yeah, sure, man. Have a good day. I shall continue cooking this until it's overcooked. Okay, that would be wild if that works. That would be absolutely crazy. But then we finally have a possibility of changing a vanilla projectile's color. Which is something we couldn't do before. Oh, it's probably not going to work that way. Wait a minute. It does work. Oh, no. Oh. You know, some of them don't really spawn dust. Maybe we hit the dust cap. Interesting. But it does mean if I myself get this weapon, it looks the same way. Right? It's like a global override. Yeah. And the rest is normal. Okay. So I guess we wanna have a static that gives us then... No, we can't do that though. Yeah, it doesn't work that way. I mean, worst case, I actually have to make a shader. Actually, no, it also doesn't work. It's the same issue. Huh? What is that? To instance per entity. I saw this somewhere. Did I not? I don't know. How do we differentiate them? I mean, I guess we just don't. We just have a black hole position. We just compute the distance. To projectile center. And then we lerp that somehow. But for that, we kind of need to know this. Let's just assume, for simplicity's sake, it just is. So we lerp from 0 to 1 as the distance goes from this to 0. And then we ignore this for now. Which means it's probably going to be really laggy. But okay, I just need to see a couple frames. See if that's going to work. Okay. But I mean, so far it seems to work to just always delete the mod reloader folder. Okay, never mind. I take it back. My bad. Okay, they are not fading out at all. Nope. Nope. Which I feel like means this T is incorrect. Because we tried this out before and we can't change the color. Right, I mean as distance goes from 160 to 0. This goes towards 1. Which means this goes towards transparency. Huh? Let me check again if we put in like 1.8. It does get more transparent, I believe. Yeah. Definitely does. So this is somehow wrong. Wait, we never set this distance. I mean, of course it's wrong. Of course it's wrong. Okay, it's fair. I mean, all it did was computing the distance to 0, which is the top left corner of the world, which is so far away that we clamp it down to 0, which means that it just has full opacity. So that makes sense that it didn't work. Okay, my bad. I clicked into the game. I think I need to restart the game now. Cool. It is such a stupid bug, man. Okay, let's assume that is gonna work. Is that really the way we want to structure things for the future? Does it mean this code gets executed for every single projectile we're gonna spawn in the future? I mean, maybe we want to have multiple of these global projectile files for like different attack patterns. Right, because what if at some point we want to reuse the projectile, but we don't want to have this logic? So I think that's probably the best way of doing it. And every time we would start this pattern, we have like a bool that we set, where we say, okay, now we do this pattern, now apply these changes. I think that's the smartest thing to do if we want to keep this framework, roughly. This is going to be a complete mess if you have like 10 different flags for 10 different attacks. and we reuse the same projectiles, and then we forget to unset the flags, then it's just awful. Okay, it still doesn't work though. Actually, no, it does work. Okay, I forgot about that. So if you look at, for example, this one right there, I think it does. I mean, yeah, transparency does change. Yeah, man, it kind of looks nice, right? Except the fact that it's laggy as hell because we don't despawn them. Okay, I think we're just gonna do this framework. I don't know if it's a good idea, but who knows? So if we don't use this, we return base. I mean, same as here. I think we have to do it twice, unfortunately. Which means we have to set this in the beginning once. Does it not know the new name or what? Huh? Oh, it doesn't have a namespace. Oh, maybe that's the issue. Big mistake. But still, it just doesn't know it. Oh. What? Oh. I was only change the file name, but not the class. Fair. Okay, let's just do it like that for simplicity's sake. Then we're gonna have something like a tick timer greater, I don't know, some number at some point. We'll just call this. Whatever, we kind of need to determine this. Okay, so we can make them darker now. But I mean, ideally, or at least what I would hope them to do, is that they kind of get darker, like around here or something already. And then here they're like pretty much zero opacity. So right now I start like here. But I do want to make it scale based on wall scale, ideally. I'm not sure. Can we just take the projectile width? Does that work? Do we change those? So we do change those based on scale, which actually is fine. Which means we actually don't want to have the reference to the position. We only care about the reference to the actual black hole. Oh yeah, .projectile.center, of course. What else? Okay, and then we don't need this random value. But instead, we can just grab the width, for example. I mean, technically, we should probably like get the minimum or maximum of these two. But I think it probably doesn't matter. Like, they're so close to each other. We can I take the average? I mean, I guess why not? In case we want to like stretch it weirdly at some point. Who knows? Sure. Actually, nah, man, it's a bit overkill. Whatever. It's like probably not gonna be noticeable at all. Okay, so transparency goes from 0 to 1 as the projectile distance goes from the projectile width to 0. And we probably want to make this non-zero. Want to make this... Actually, we can just do this and say like 10%. Right, so I'm thinking it should be... If this is like the center of the texture, right? As soon as it gets here, it should be fully dark. Because then we have a certain radius that we can check the projectiles on. If they hit that radius, we just despawn them. Because otherwise, if we slowly make them get less transparent till the middle, it's harder to have a good condition to despawn them. I believe. That's kind of where I'm coming from. So we say 10%. I think that's reasonable. And we should probably get our code back that actually despawns them. What I want to do? The despawning, yeah. What do we actually do that? I forgot. In a black hole logic, yeah. And ooh, we can have this hardcoded now in 2 different spots. That is pretty bad. Wait, oh, actually we don't consider the scale on the other side. Okay, let's maybe get a property. Let's say in the spawn range. It just gets a position. And it tells us if the position is... Wait, position distance to projectile center? No. Projectile width times... No, wait, width is already scaled. So times 0.1. If that is less equal than... Wait. Does that make any sense? No, wait. If the distance of a random position to the projectile center is less equal than the projectile tile width times 0.1. Okay, then we can simply use this. So within despawn range. Let's maybe call it kill range, because this is also going to apply to kill a player probably. Huh? Where can I rename it? What? Weird as hell. Actually, no, property should also probably be more like functions, right? Okay, if our projectile center is in kill range, then we kill it. Cool. And we can do the same here. Actually, no, we can't. Okay, we need another one. We need to define the kill range. Right, which is just gonna be this. Then we can replace this. Boom. Oh. Inaccessible. Okay, that is not smart. Should be public. So go from the width to the kill range. Yeah. And then we should kill them when they get too close. Okay, let's see. And so I'm probably just gonna delete a random file on accident at some point and just gonna crash my entire PC. Can't wait. Come on. Ooh. But to be fair, they do start to despawn a bit too early. Like to disappear. Ooh, but I kinda like that. Like the base idea I think is pretty nice. What it came to? What do you mean? It's a very normal Terraria pattern, is it not? Yeah, I think it's pretty cool. I think it's decent. Definitely needs a lot of polish. Ah, but I like it. Calamity final boss type thing? Nah, man. This is gonna be a normal pattern, by the way. At least with my current plans. It's gonna be nothing special. I mean, I think it's gonna look cooler than it's actually gonna be to play this pattern. What I still don't understand, though, how some of the projectiles have no dust. And some do. Oh, you know what, actually? Can I need to do the opposite for the white hole as well, right? Would it like slowly fade in? Ah, shit. Yeah, I think we kind of need to do that. This is better than sleeping, I'm not sure. I mean, it does look really satisfying. It does look really satisfying. Like, I could just sit here and watch, man. I feel we're cooking. I think we're getting somewhere. But I do need a quick break though, so I'm gonna be right back. I'll just let this going. Hello. Okay, let's continue the cooking, shall we? Um. So the range is kind of messed, first of all. And let's maybe see the range again. So we kind of know what we're like working with. Yeah, so basically projectiles. But actually, how are these guys already kind of transparent? They should be fully opaque, and as soon as they go into this, they should get more transparent. Actually, maybe they shouldn't go into transparency, but just towards black. How would that look? Even though fully black is probably a bad idea. Since like the center isn't fully black, so you can probably like see them despawn. Let's see. Did they even change? It's kind of hard to tell. Oh, they do. Oh, actually, that looks way cooler. They already start kind of dark. Like these guys back there are still fairly bright. It's not Terraria? What do you mean? That's like the most normal Terraria pattern I've ever seen, no? I mean, trust me, man, I think most of the things this boss does doesn't feel like Terraria, because it's not inspired by Terraria at all. But that's not the point, right? The point is that the boss is fun and hard. That's the point. Oh, wait, I know why. I know why. We take the width. We need to take half the width. Right, because right now what we do, like, that is our width. Like, this entire thing. And we take this as a distance. So we check, like, this distance. So naturally things outside of the radius are still going to be affected. Inspired by Terraria? Yeah, pretty much. Like, so far, all my inspirations were MMORPGs, open hexagon, and bullet hell games. Those were like my prime inspirations. I mean, of course we're coding, man. That's how you make a boss. I mean, it would be cool if you could make a boss without coding, but I don't think we're that far yet. Okay, I don't think it's that crazy, man. I think Dark Souls has some pretty cool looking bosses. Okay, we need half the width. And then it should look right, with the opacity at least. Oh, yeah, look at that. Oh, that actually looks kind of cool now. That looks way better. But that's how I imagine a black hole. Oh, yes. You just joined? Okay. Since you just joined, I will show you my most proud attack. Which is actually the one we finished before this one. Which honestly I think is cooler than this one. At least in terms of gameplay. Give me one sec. I have way too many files, man. This is such a mess. I actually hope it's gonna work. I hope I didn't break it last time. But this deck right here is gonna be inspired by Open Hexagon. Like, look at this. I'm convinced. I would be surprised if you've ever seen something like this in Terraria. Watch this. You hit the boss, your gravity changes, and now you're like around the boss. And you have to dodge like this. And I personally, I think most of the attacks, they're not that interesting, besides the last one. Also, one of them is like completely unfair, if I remember. Alright, bro, I love this attack. I think this attack, it's just so unique. I've never seen something like this in Terraria. Which I mean, I'm kind of glazing myself. I know it's kind of cringe. But I think it's so cool that you can do something like that. Oh yeah, this is literally impossible. Kind of need to nerf this. But no, watch this. The last pattern, that's the best pattern in my opinion. With like the death race every couple seconds, you have to like go in between. Oh my god. This one is actually kind of fun to play. And then it just starts over. Wait, so Undertale? Yeah, I never played Undertale. But I think someone else also said Undertale before. Undertale or Toho? What streams people glazing? I don't think so, no. I think most of the streams just the Stardust backseating me because I'm doing some stupid math. Like, that's most of the stream. Okay, let me read out so we can actually see what we want to work on. Oh, actually, I think I want to change the projectile that we're using. Because I'm thinking, since our white hole, it looks a bit like fiery and stuff, right? I mean, as we can see it again. It looks a bit fiery. So maybe I want to use the flame lash here. That could look better. Potentially. Okay, maybe we don't call this in kill range, but in center range, maybe? Because then we can use that the same logic for the white hole. Which we also need to turn on reference. If there is technically we can also just not set these and just get them manually down here. But it is probably better to just do it explicitly. What if all the white hole is trying to get sucked by the black hole? Some of the background texture of the white hole should start getting pulled in. It does sound pretty hard to do, I'm gonna be honest. So do you mean like the background? Like the actual walls? Or do you mean the actual texture? Was like getting ripped, like part of the texture? I don't know about that. Not too sure about that. But I'm thinking for the most part, we just want to have them spinning around until they eventually collide into each other, and that's how the pattern is gonna end. That's the image we found on stream, yeah. Which, based on my research, is free to use. Which is why it's here now. Where do we set this again? I mean, it should be in setup though, no? What? What is it, the reference? Or just debris? The thing is though, since this is meant to be like a normal pattern, I don't know if it's a good idea to really change stuff about the arena. Because then we kind of need to reset the arena. And how would we do that? In like a way that doesn't look weird. And I don't know, I feel like we don't really need anything on top of this. Like I probably will add some lighting and like some dust to it, which also gets like pushed out or sucked in. But I think outside of that, we already have like the projectiles, right? Which is like the main thing this pattern is about anyway. So I think that already shows how like this whole dynamic is gonna work. Because I don't want to add too many things that are just gonna distract you from the pattern, that actually don't matter too much. Because this fight can already be kind of laggy sometimes. Are we gonna change the arena though? I mean, at some point. Actually, what do you mean? I mean, we're gonna have patterns in the future that will like destroy the arena, but they're also gonna repair the arena, probably afterwards. Unless we have it like in our final desperation phase and it just gets destroyed forever. Oh, actually I may do that. But we're gonna, yeah, we're gonna make a custom one at some point, sure. Of course. Even though that is gonna take forever to do. Especially because I'm such a bad builder. But there it is. Oh, we just set this every single frame. That's kind of stupid. Huh? What's that? What the hell was that? Okay. If we are black hole, oh, actually no, we need to set this both ways. Wait, we don't even want to set this in here. That makes no sense to do this in here. It is actually so stupid. That's why I got so confused, because we should do this here. Okay, then we have the references in here. Then we need both distances. So we need the black hole distance. And we need the white hole distance. And so we just check which one is smaller, and that's the one that matters. I think that's the easiest way. So if black hole distance less than white hole, do funny stuff, else do other funny stuff. Yeah, no problem, man. I mean, honestly, I'm still astonished how many people really want to get into like programming and modding. Like, I never expected this myself. And yeah, no problem. Honestly, I'm kind of glad that I found like a couple people that actually are like interested in the same thing. Like, that is kind of cool. Yeah, pretty cool stuff. Can I just do this? If black hole is closer, we only care about black hole distance. Oh, but kind of need to invert the colors. Yeah, I think we just do it separately. Okay, and how do we want to do this one? So this one should go opposite, right? Because white hole pushes? But actually, no, we can use the same logic. We'll just flip this now. Does it mean black hole, the closer we get, then goes from white to black? But it doesn't make sense if this one goes from black to white. I actually don't know. I mean, let's just see if we can just flip this, see what happens. Or... yeah, I can see that. I mean, for me personally, the only reason I got into modding is because I just got bored a little bit from playing Infernum so much. So I just wanted to make a mod that just makes it harder, pretty much. And then I actually got into modding, and I don't even know why I started to make a boss. Also, initially I didn't really like the idea of making something like a boss. Especially a boss like that. Because it doesn't really add value to every single playthrough. Especially this boss. This is like a one and done fight. But I don't know, I just wanted to do something hard. I mean, I don't know if I would say I'm too good. No. Not really. Oh, opacity doesn't work with this one. But I just got a little bit bored because I just kept doing the exact same thing every Infernum run. I kind of wanted to spice it up a little. That was like my mindset. Okay, Flame Lash does not work with opacity at all. Such. That looks really weird. Oh yeah, because the hitboxes overlap. That's why there's like this jump. Yeah, I didn't really consider that. I mean, I guess what makes the most sense? What doesn't make the most sense? If both go from 0 to 2, and we take the average of the two. Maybe that makes sense. And then final transparency is the average. Oh yeah, that doesn't make any sense if you have this if else. True. Let's see if that makes any sense. No guy that made a server. I mean, I thought you made that. I thought last time you said you made that. It failed? Well, that's not surprising. It's not too surprising. That's not really a project you're just doing like 1 week. It doesn't really look right though. Doesn't look right at all. I think we still need to consider which one is smaller, but for a different reason. So we want to do the lerp based on the closer one, because they do need to use different colors. Okay, if the black hole is closer, we go from white to black. If the white hole is closer, we want to go from transparent to white. I think that does make more sense. Honestly, my Discord is actually pretty readable. Surprisingly. And it's written by me. Yeah, you need a lot of training. A lot of training. Yeah, I really don't like this jump. doesn't look good. I mean, it kind of looks cool, but it doesn't look good. That makes sense. Not sure how we want to do that. I mean, the easiest thing would be to like decrease the radius to the point where they don't overlap. But I would like to get it to work even if it overlaps. I mean, the easiest fix, I think, would be to not go towards black. Then go from white to transparent, transparent to white. So we don't have this jump. But again, I believe that does look worse for the black hole. I don't know. We'll see. How would that look? Yeah. That's pretty bad. I mean, it does depend like how big your ambitions are. I mean, for smaller projects, C# is definitely fine. But for bigger projects, you probably want to look into C++. You know, C++ is way worse to get into. The hardest to learn? I don't think so. I would say C is probably harder to learn than C++. The thing is, C++ has a lot of features that are fancy, but you can at least ignore them, even though you should understand them. But C is way harder. C has less features, but C has like no error control. If you write your Terraria mod, right, and there's an error, it tells you, hey man, there's an error. You're trying to index an array out of bounds, right? You don't have that in C, because it's inefficient. So like 99% of errors that you're gonna make in C are errors that you would get caught in a different language, but C just doesn't catch most errors, because it's inefficient. But yeah, C is its own language. That's where C# and C++ it's kind of based on. Because honestly, C# is probably by far the furthest away from C. Doesn't tell you a problem? Yeah. Like, for example, if you try... if you have an array, with, let's say, 3 slots, and you say, hey man, give me array at index 5, C does that. Which can be a big issue, because again, it works, and it's just gonna pick a number. No, you get that number, you don't know what it is. Because that array is somewhere in your memory, and it just goes 2 steps further in the memory. So it could give you a random value, an old value. It could give you the value of a different variable that just so happens to be in that place in memory. Which is why you can have a lot of security issues in C. But they can have fun figuring out an error like that. Or having a memory leak because of pointers. A lot of fun stuff. Which, I mean, you don't have this in C#. Maybe you have it in C++, I'm not too sure. But I think C++ has more error handling than C for sure. But in C you're pretty much just on your own. Because the mentality of C is, you're the programmer, you know what you do. If you want to access an array out of bounds, do it. That is on you. If you want to do it, do it. If you want to live the consequences, do it. And that is why C is such a fast language. That is like why C is being used for like low level stuff. Because it's really fast, because it doesn't do any of this unnecessary error handling. JavaScript. I've never used JavaScript, but JavaScript sounds awful to get in. JavaScript is like, it's from everything I've seen, it looks so counterintuitive with like how things behave. But I would probably say the easiest language is probably Python, honestly. Python is super easy to get in. Which is why I always recommend people do Python as your first language. I think Python is super beginner friendly. You have super easy syntax. You don't even need an IDE, technically. The first 6 months of me using Python, I didn't even use an IDE. I mean, to be honest, I'm very biased when it comes to JavaScript. Since I've only seen like all the videos and shorts about like weird behavior, and it's probably not as bad as that. But that is my view of it. That has a lot of stuff that just doesn't make sense. So I still don't know how we want to do the colors, man. Like, we could just go the easy way out. But it's not really expandable if I wanna have them that big. Or even bigger. Can you put... whatever. I mean, it's still a programming language. It's not a magic box that just codes for you. Again, we're talking about like in terms of how easy is it to get in. Yeah, because I mean, for starters, if you do basic Python, you don't need any classes. You don't need any types for any variables. You don't have this crazy complex syntax with like semicolons and all the squally brackets, all that stuff. You don't have any of that. So it's very light on the syntax. And most of the things are just very intuitive. Like, for example, if you want to print something, You just type print. You don't do like your system dot standard out dot print line, whatever. Which seems to be like a common theme for object-oriented languages. But it's just very intuitive. And again, it also has object-oriented programming, if you want to go into that direction. So everything we're doing here with like classes and inheritance, you can also do that in Python. But you're not being forced into doing it. Which is why, again, I'm saying it's very easy to get into. Also, a lot of it is optional. What if you only go to 1? I think that could actually work. But I mean, since you did like some Terraria modding already, you probably don't need to like do Python now to get into programming. Okay, so it's kind of what I expect. So it is better, but it's still not quite there. App called Castle. Isn't it similar to Scratch? Or is that something else? It is. Yeah, honestly, I'm still a bit torn if I like these types of things. I mean, if you're younger, I mean, you can definitely do it. I've heard that's what some people do for like 5th or 6th graders to get into programming, which is fair. But if you actually want to seriously program, I don't know if that's a good idea. Because if you're just gonna get used to like this visual way of programming, I mean, you get the mentality, yeah. But I'm not sure if you're simply getting used to something you shouldn't get used to. I mean, it's definitely better than doing nothing, right? But I'm not sure if I would recommend that. I guess it depends on the person, to be honest. Bro, I actually don't know how I want to handle the colors, man. This is way too complicated. Yo, Boomerang, hello. Hello, hello. That looks cool. I'm glad to hear. Like, right now we're trying to figure out how we fade the colors of the projectiles better. Right, because they should fade in from the white hole and fade out on the black hole. But in the middle they should have like their normal opacity, but they're still like half transparent. Which looks very weird. I mean, honestly, I never really used Castle or Scratch, so I don't have a very strong opinion on that. But again, what I can say, if you want to do normal coding, I would recommend Python as your first normal coding language. That is a very... yeah. You can just set the color. That's pretty much all the code that handles like the projectile opacity, color, whatever you want to call it. The issue is it's a bit complicated. If you look at the hitbox, they intersect. And that's what makes this way more complicated. If they wouldn't intersect, right, we just say, okay, while this one is in this texture, it slowly goes to opaqueness, and when it hits the other one, it totally goes to transparency, whatever. But yeah, it doesn't really work. That's kind of where my brain is stuck on right now. Delta time? We can't really use delta time. But like, actually the question is like, which delta time? Do you mean like the time of the projectile? So we color them based on lifetime? Because that wouldn't work because of the physics. So we have to do it based on distance. Your reeks are low. Yeah, it looks a bit better. Let's have like the physics now. Yeah. Because I mean, if you look, for example, some of the projectiles, they go like right in. But if you look like to the side, what about those? Right, if you change the color based on time, they would already long been faded out, right? Because they're actually being sucked in every single frame. So we have to do it based on distance. Yeah, I mean, of course it's a win-win, for sure. And again, since you're already doing a proper programming language, it kind of just carries over. You just need to learn your syntax. But you're already learning concepts. Make a trigger. Okay, elaborate. What would that trigger look like? When bullets touch the end of the black hole, make it transparent. So I mean, what you're saying is you would just ignore the fact that they overlap and just always prioritize the black hole. But now we can't do that. No, it doesn't really work. Yeah, it's fine. I mean, I do need some. I need some inspiration on how to do this, so no worries. I mean, I feel like our current idea isn't that bad. Right, where we just interpolate the transparency and then we take the average. Right, I don't think that's a necessarily bad fundamental approach. The issue is just that in the middle it's still not fully opaque, which makes sense because they overlap. You know what, I just realized? They can never get fully opaque because they overlap. So I think I'm literally trying something impossible. Like either we need to make them not overlap or we need to decrease the radius in which we compute the distance for. So it's literally impossible what I was trying. Yeah, I mean, as you said, I told you, man, ChatGPT can very fast go from a help to just like your personal code writer, and he just does everything for you. What's the idea? Okay, the idea is, so we have a projectile. We compute the distance to the black hole, distance to the white hole. Then we use linear interpolation to get a value between 0 and 1, which tells us the transparency for that distance. For both. Okay. Oh shit. So let me visualize that. So let's say we have a projectile here for simplicity. Right. We compute this distance. And we know the entire size of the texture, which let's say is, let's just say for simplicity is this. Does it work? Hello? Okay. Then what we kind of do, we get this distance, we convert it to a number between 0 and 1, which tells us how transparent should the object be. Where it's a 1 here, and it would be a 0 when it leaves. And we do the same for the black hole, but the opposite. Right, so for the black hole, it goes from 0 to 1. I mean, actually, no, it's kind of the same. It just kind of mirrored. And then we have these transparent values that are between 0 and 1. And we just take the average currently. Because before, we had like these hard jumps whenever we go from one hitbox to the other. Would be a good place to start learning from. I mean, you're already doing C#, so I mean, I'm not sure. You're already doing a lot of things that bring you like behind like basic level, right? You're doing stuff with classes. Maybe you want to do stuff with like interfaces and inheritance and more fancy things. I mean, I obviously don't really know what your mods do in detail, but you probably already have a decent base knowledge of things. But okay, we need to compromise. Either we make them smaller, which I don't think I'm gonna do. So we need to define like a secondary radius, which is for like this phasing in and out effect. Right, so before, if this is our texture, we would take this distance for like a given projectile. And instead we say we make like this a radius and we take this. Such that the one for the white hole is not intersect. And we have like some space where the projectile just exists normally. I mean, you can kind of call this like an event horizon, kind of. Okay, it can be another property, sure. The reason for the also have such a hitbox. The hitbox is the same as the texture. That is just how big the texture is. Like, that is just how big it is. I mean, if you look, it's kind of hard to see, but the texture goes until the edge. It is just a massive texture. I think you know what namespace is. I mean, then you probably know more than I do. Because I might be honest, I don't really understand namespaces at all. I just put them on top and then I just forget about them. Got the hitbox down. I mean, that still doesn't solve the main issue though. Like, that is the same thing as what I'm doing now, where we just define like a secondary radius. And then I'd rather have the secondary thing than mess with the hitbox. So now the hitbox should be the same as the texture, or we may have some weird stuff happen in the future. I don't know, let's just call this Event Horizon or something. Okay, so we define like the inner. So if you have like our black hole, we have the center range, which is pretty much where we despawn projectiles. And our event horizon is going to be some bigger range between the inner range and the projectile size, obviously. And this is going to be the range where we apply color changes, such that the other hole, when it's something like this, doesn't have an overlap of these two, of this one and this one. But as soon as there's an empty space here, it should look right. Terraria, yeah, no worries, man. I appreciate the thoughts and ideas, though. And I just said that is the range of coloring. Kind of. Such a stupid way of calling it. Yeah, we don't have a music yet. I have like a bunch of songs that I consider, but I haven't decided really. Because for now I just want to do patterns, and then we do the stuff later. Which means the music is going to be separate of the patterns. But I hope we can find something that fits the general feel. I don't even know what is... Okay, I mean, I know you use ChatGPT for like your previous mods. But does that mean you actually don't... That is crazy, that you could actually make mods without knowing anything, really. That is crazy. I thought you at least need like some basic knowledge. That's crazy. I don't make music. No, I don't. I was saying I have like multiple tracks that I found, not that I made. I don't make music. I'm not a big artist. And I neither draw nor do I compose my own music. But I found some copyright-free tracks that I consider. Yeah, maybe I should clarify it. Okay, so we have the distance, that is still accurate. Transparency. Lerps from black hole dot event horizon. To the center range. Oh, actually no, for the white hole, this should be 0, right? But it's actually so confusing. How does it look like? The boss is probably gonna keep looking like that, yeah. Because I like the idea of it being an object, so we can pretty much just make it do anything and it still it still kind of makes sense and doesn't look wrong, if that makes sense. Right, because if you find an object, you don't really have an idea of what it's capable of. Right, but if it's like a worm or a flying eyeball, you kind of have like some ideas what this thing should be able to do or not. But if it's literally like some ancient, mythical, flying crystal that is sealed away in a different dimension, I mean, there's a reason why it's sealed away. And some crazy evil crystal, like it just does what it wants to do. And I think it's kind of fitting. So we're probably gonna keep that. The Almagated universe. Sounds fancy, but I can barely pronounce that. Made an ARPG, damn. Okay, let me kind of clean up the logic. So, black hole transparency goes from 0 to 1, from the event horizon to the center range, while the white hole transparency goes from 0 to 1 as we go from the middle to the event horizon. And I mean, in that case, we don't need to like take the average. And then we can also say black hole goes to black again, as it should. From transparent to white. I think that could look cool. I think this could be it. Yo, 9, hello. Hello, hello. I have a fire song? Damn. I mean, let me know. Maybe I can use it. If it's something public. Public boolean variable. Not quite. If you have this, for example, you would say use is a variable. False in this case is the value we assign to the variable. Bool is the data type of the variable. And public in this case is the access level. Which means public, it can be accessed from outside of this class. So if I make a different file, I can access it. And the opposite is private, so you can't access it from outside. And static is a bit more complicated. Basically, it means this variable exists once for this file and not once for each object. But it's probably a bit too advanced for now. Yeah, we finished the backrooms, yeah. We did start playing the Chain Together game though. That's the next project we started. Need to make it first. Yeah, I thought you had like some idea of like a public song, but then it's fine. Okay, but I would say that looks pretty decent, no? You got yourself nice, thanks, man. I appreciate it. Even though I might be honest, I can barely see them fade out. Or like fade in this case. I mean, they do. I mean, it's probably hard to see because of like all the stuff. I forgot to make it fair. Yes. I am a big advocate of this boss. It's supposed to be very hard, very fair. Maybe not very fair. It should be fair, but it should also be enjoyable. That's the foundation I'm building this on. Because to be fair, I could make attacks that are insanely hard, near impossible, and make like the true hardest boss. But yeah. That's not really fun. Don't see yourself dodging it. I mean, first of all, you can just do what I'm doing and just don't get hit by anything. And second of all, I mean, we're still just developing it, right? I'm not balancing anything. We're just trying to make the things look cool. Right? So we're far away from like having a playable version. Public global, private local. Yes. Yeah. Sounds about right. That's not the first attack. We do have a couple of other attacks. Even though technically the way I intend on designing this fight, this attack may happen as the first attack, yes. Because my general idea for this fight currently is we have 3 different types of attacks. We have normal attacks, like this one. We have mechanics, or gimmicks, some people call it that. And we have the shield phase. And the basic idea I had is we pick a random normal pattern, or maybe 2, we see. Then we do a random mechanic, which may one-shot you if you mess up the mechanic. And then you have to survive the shield phase, which is just going to be a bullet hell phase with increasing difficulty every time you have to play that phase. That takes longer the more often you get hit. What are the others look? Wait, didn't I show you this? Or was it a different person? Maybe it was a different person. I forgot. I can show you like the one we made previously. Yeah, never mind. Maybe it was a different person. Let me see. What is that? I can never find the main boss file. It's so embarrassing. There it is. And yeah, that is the previous attack. Even though like most of the attack isn't fully fleshed out and like polished. But with this basic idea, I'm still considering if we want to move this from like a basic pattern to like some desperation pattern. Because I think it's pretty cool. So you pretty much just get stuck on like the circle around the boss, and all you can do is like move on that circle. And just dodge things. And it's a fun little bonus. You have no iframes. So you take a lot of damage. You can't just damage boost through stuff. You get hit by every single projectile. So that's cool. How many phases will it have? It will have a lot. Like, I want this fight to be long. I want this to be like an 8-minute fight. Okay, this one is still not very nice in terms of balancing. But the next attack, the following attack took me, I think, like 5 hours to make in total. And I'm not even kidding. This one took me so damn long. And the only thing that was hard to make are these single projectiles in the middle. It's so annoying. It took so goddamn long. Yeah, I'm thinking like 8 minutes, yeah. Maybe 5 to 8. Maybe the boss is gonna have like checkpoints. Because I mean, then we can have like multiple desperation phases and stuff. But yeah, it should be long. Because I mean, one of my big inspirations for this boss is MMORPGs, or to be precise, Korean MMORPGs. And I'm used to like 15-minute bosses, 20-minute boss fights, where one mistake and you just die. Now obviously Terraria is a bit more lenient normally. But I mean, as I said a lot of times already, it's going to be a very non-Terraria boss. Like, this boss isn't really inspired by Terraria bosses at all. Which is why it's going to feel very different. Okay, what I actually want to say, how would the projectiles look if they also start at black instead of transparent for the white hole? I mean, it's definitely not going to top Deity in terms of visuals. But in terms of difficulty, hopefully. I mean, that would be like the least I'm going to aim for. Okay, now the thing is, it does look a bit weird. But I mean, thematically, that is correct, right? Talking about difficulty? Yeah, the thing is, Nameless Deity is a really easy boss. It just looks really cool. At least that's how I feel about it. In terms of visuals, it's probably one of the best bosses. So yeah, I would hope this boss is gonna be a lot harder than Deity. I mean, I would hope, like, for someone who does this like blind, that's like somewhere on my skill level, I would hope it takes at least like 300 attempts to beat. And I'm gonna make the bullets white. That's the issue, we can't really do that. Unfortunately. Because of Terraria's coloring system. Alright, man, have a good night. Bye-bye. The issue is color white pretty much just tells the game, just use the default color. Close to white, that's going to be close to default color. Because I mean, if you look here, what we already do, you see the white hole goes from black to white, right? So when it's a certain distance away from the black hole, it's color white, right? Which is just the default color. I don't know, maybe we just stay with transparency, but not fully transparent. Yeah, I mean, that's just how the coloring system works. It's like gray. Maybe we can see what happens. Yellow? I mean, you can try yellow, sure. It could actually not affect this a whole lot at all, because it's already kind of like the same color area roughly in terms of brightness. Yeah, it doesn't really look like it does anything. Okay, what if we just we'll just take something between white and transparent. It's probably the best play here. What if it started like 50% in the middle? Love the Stomper, but I hate the Stomper. Actually, I kind of like him in Inferno, because he's really easy to cheese. But man, this boss, I just can't. Yo, Mato, hello. Of course, man. Grinding all day, every day. I would say making a little bit of progress. A little bit. Slowly but surely. It's your favorite boss, really? Okay, that probably looks a bit more natural. I gotta say, it kind of looks bad how like the dust doesn't really render sometimes. I think we need to get a different projectile, or we just start at full transparency. It's like a cultist. Ooh. The cultist hits pretty hard. But you can also kill them really fast if you have the right setup. I think my cultist fights are about like 1 minute. Makes it uncomfortable watching them rotate the wrong way. I might be honest. I'm really bad in physics. I was assuming that is the right direction. Is it not? Oh, actually, no, it's not. You're right. Because the holes themselves rotate counterclockwise. But they go clockwise around the bot. Wait, I didn't even realize that. Like, it did look weird to me, but... I guess that's why. Huh. Currently, the colors is like, for example, you see when they go in, they turn like dark, right? It's a bit hard to see, but they get darker. Which is fine. But we're having issue with the white hole. Because most of the stuff we tried doesn't look that nice. Even this one isn't really nice. Day 1 Reaver Sharp, bro, it sounds so depressing. Imagine dying on day 2. Yikes. Looks like it speeds things, but not suck. I don't know, I don't think I can relate. Also, to me, it looks like it sucks these things in, no? I mean, see all the projectiles going in and they just get eaten up. Am I not seeing what you mean? Then if demolitionists move in 1 day. Okay, then you're doing something wrong. Because I can tell you, I had that same issue back in the day. But it's definitely in your control. Like, you can definitely do it consistently. I guess it depends how your first day looks, but you can definitely have it happen consistently. 20% look good after. Yeah, exactly. Like, the best thing so far is when they're just fully transparent. That's what looked the best so far. But it still looks kind of off. Oh yeah, I wanted to change the rotation. I mean, which rotation would we change? I'm not sure. So this is what we had before. Which, I mean, is definitely better than what we had previously. I don't know. I guess it's not that bad. The projectiles with a setting or shader to make them illuminate a lot, like a spotlight. Make them illuminate. I mean, the thing is, I don't think you would even be able to see that because the white hole is so bright already. It's gonna be a standalone mod. It doesn't have anything to do with Calamity. Yeah, I think we need to see some other projectiles. Yeah, I don't mind. I mean, keep brainstorming. Sometimes that helps me getting to the solution I want to have. Rotation. I guess we can just change direction. We didn't try Emperors once because I don't think they would look very good on this. But we do have a couple other ones that we can try. Like we do have these. Make good weapons and armored canvas. No. I won't. I mean a little bit, but you will not have armor for this fight probably. You will not have weapons for this fight. We will have to make like a couple accessories. But besides that, you don't get anything. As far as I'm concerned currently. That's not how the fight is gonna work. What do you mean? First of all, armor doesn't help you at all. All the damage in this boss is percentage based. So defense, damage reduction, max HP doesn't help you. It does like 10% max HP damage, no matter what. Second of all, the boss isn't meant to be attacked. Because if you can attack him, you can probably somehow just play Calamity, overgear the boss, kill him in 2 seconds. Kinda cringe, so you can attack him. It's gonna be a pure fight of skill. A long fight of skill that you can't skip. That's the whole point. I mean, again, it's not gonna feel like a Terraria boss at all. But you damage it, you don't. You just play the boss until he outplayed himself, pretty much. Yeah, for now that's the idea, only dodging and doing mechanics, which involves more than dodging. Kinda like puzzle solving. But yeah, I was actually thinking, do you remember like the attack I showed you earlier, where we're like on the circle around the boss? With like all the projectiles coming in that you need to dodge. In like a prototype version, we made it that every projectile that hits the boss does like 1 damage. And that's how he slowly dies. That's kind of where like the idea came from of making this one a desperation pattern. Where it's like, ooh, the boss is so desperate. He like lets his guard down, summons all these projectiles that also hurt him. Because he's trying to kill you as well. So it's like this final standoff. And it's probably going to be something like that. Where like the boss damages himself. I mean, who knows? Maybe we add like some weapon. I don't know. But so far I don't really have plans. Yeah, more like a Toho style. But again, with a lot of inspiration from other types of games as well. We do want to change projectile type. Oh, this one. 459. Charged up. Blaster. Charged. Blaster up. 459. I mean, actually, we can just take a bunch of projectiles and then we just see which ones look good. So we have the Blaster Orb. Looks like the rest of them. Star Rev, I think we... Didn't we try this one out already? I don't remember. I think we did. Star Rev, Twinkle. And I see. Maybe we can think of some more if they look wrong. The issue is our entire framework could just break now, because not all projectiles actually use transparency and color. It's interesting because the Star Rev seems to only be affected by colors sometimes. Actually, no, it isn't. Does it drop anything after you beat it? I don't really have specific plans for it. Because it's not a progression boss. But I mean, maybe he drops like some meme stuff, I don't know. But yeah, not really specific plans for that. Yeah. All of these kind of suck. They all kind of suck. I mean, anything? Maybe we can use this one. Maybe not cannon. I mean, the thing is, what kind of reward would I give for a boss like that? That you can fight pre-boss? And again, the reward is you beating the boss. That is the reward. Because again, the entire boss, it's meant to be as a challenge boss, as a standalone thing. This boss doesn't add anything really to your playthrough. It's pre-boss, yeah, it's independent of your gear. I mean, I told you. You have no armor, you have no weapon, you have no accessories, unless I give them to you. So it's pre-boss, yeah. So, what would I give the player? Empress of Light Projectiles, Spirit of the Treasure. I mean, you can try them out. The issue is we need to see how coloring works, because they don't have a default color, I believe. I don't think it's called Empress, right? Is it Empress? It is Empress. Yeah, I don't think they have a default color. So let's see. But I don't know if any of you guys played the mod. But it's going to be a bit similar to Cataclysmic Challenge. That's a mod I played before, which does pretty much the exact same thing. It adds a single boss that's like a 5-minute avoidance fight, and when you beat it, you have the satisfaction of having it be beaten. Only difference is, that fight is post-monod. So if you install the mod and you only want to play the mod, you pretty much have to cheat in a bunch of gear and an arena. And you can just use full melee gear and tank stuff. And both these things I don't really like. Which is why I like this idea. It's in a sub-world, so you can't build your own arena. You don't bring in your gear. You can't like play full melee, have max defense. Does it give items? I don't know. Maybe it does. Oh my god, that's slow. Ooh. Oh, actually, they do look kind of cool. Oh my! Oh my god! God damn, that looks cool. Okay, but as you can see, transparency doesn't look... it doesn't work at all. So you'll probably have to use a shader for that then. Ooh. But okay, which one's the massive one? It's probably this one. So we get rid of 7-4. Oh, that's the annoying part, man. It's so many projectiles, just ignore transparency. Or color, in general. Probably because this one uses disco color. God damn, right, that's pretty cool though. It's just we probably can't really use the star because the trails are way too long. But I can probably use the smaller ones. I mean, things if we make these custom, we're not gonna have any trails. I mean, the trails are kind of cool, they're just way too big. We tried like the other nebula weapon. Wait, actually, I'm stupid. I'm so stupid. Oh, actually, take back everything I said. Maybe it does work. Because we only do transparency for nebula blaze. Okay, let's just get rid of this. Okay, maybe it does work. I'm stupid. Sorry, guys. I apologize. I'm a bad programmer, I know. No need to tell me. So maybe it actually does work? No, never mind. It still doesn't work. Unlucky. Sad. Wait, did I actually rebuild though? Maybe I didn't rebuild. Maybe I forgot to rebuild. Entering massive coping territory. No bit of C#. You could have told me, man, that I made this stupid mistake. Wait, it doesn't work. Maybe the small ones work? Probably not, though. Didn't know? You probably knew. You just didn't tell me. You're probably better at this than I am. You're just looking down to me. Probably. Okay, let's see. I highly doubt these are gonna work. Wait. We should go back to the old ones with like Star Wrath and such. Maybe these actually do work. Where are they going? Wait, these ones work. Even though they are very weird and very slow. Oh wait, they spawn more wait, do they spawn projectiles or is it just a visual when they live for very long? Wait, they chase me. What the fuck? What the hell is that? Okay, so I guess they do that if they're approaching the end of their lifetime. That would be my guess. Yeah, we can probably make them faster, yeah. I think they're 3. yeah, kind of. Just with 1 dimension less. Okay, now ideally, if my theory is right, we shouldn't see any of the yellow attacks. Which means we probably see them. You know, that's also kind of an interesting attack though, no? Okay, we don't see any yellow ones, so I guess my theory was right. You know, this one may be a bit hard to dodge. Also, I'm kind of lagging, I wonder why. Okay, let's make them faster. Also, we need to change the color. Because I guess they do use color, which is cool. Actually, no, before we do that, let me go back and try the other ones. So we want this one. And those. The laptop survived this mod. Honestly, I'm not sure. I can tell you, we had a lot of issues with certain attacks where we hit the projectile and dust cap. So this could actually become really laggy on low PCs. Okay, Star Ref actually works. I mean, I feel like Star Ref is pretty good. But Betsy's Ref is probably better. I mean, I don't have a super bad PC, so I can't really try it out, right? Fortunately. Betsy Fireball, I believe. But I do believe that I will probably upload this mod in like an alpha version. So if people are gonna play it and give feedback, I guess we can use that. Even though I'm not gonna hope for that too much. I might be honest, I have no idea. I'm not a hardware guy at all. I have no idea when it comes to hardware. But they're just going down, man. It's the wrong direction, man. Okay, so they're really working. Nintendo Direct, but for mods, whatever. What even is Nintendo Direct? I don't know. I don't really do Nintendo stuff. I mean, I'm sorry, man. Is it like a teaser type thing? Like this stuff is coming out for the upcoming stuff, I say. I mean, I could do that, sure, but I don't know. Probably won't. I don't really care too much if a bunch of people play it. Like, I just make it for myself because I think it's cool. I mean, the way I see it, right? If it's gonna be a cool mod and people play it, then I mean, people are gonna play it. And if not, then I mean, it really doesn't matter to me, honestly. I mean, again, I believe most people, like, the number of people that enjoy this boss is probably abysmally low. I mean, because first of all, it's a boss that's going to be very hard, so that's already kind of niche. it's going to be a boss that doesn't really use normal Terraria mechanics, which makes it even more niche. So yeah, it is what it is. But we didn't we change the rotation? We still didn't change the rotation. Oh, did we hardcode the rotation? We probably did, didn't we? Rotation is hardcoded, so we just put a minus. Boom. Rome? Yeah, never heard of that. I remember like this era of modpacks video. Like that popped up on my homepage one. Yeah, YouTube has an issue with links, yeah. So we changed the rotation. Which of these projectiles would we keep? Or would we keep all of them? I mean, maybe he would, but if it's like an event that's established, I don't know. I mean, what would I even show? I suppose it's like not even close to really being functional. We just have like a bunch of concept attacks, really. But yeah, again, I don't really care too much. Starrev is the best. I mean, I like Starrev, but something about it seems off to me. I mean, to be fair, we can have multiple projectiles. We could say we have like the Starrev, which is maybe slower and has a lot of knockback. And we can have the smaller ones, which maybe are faster, do no knockback, but a lot of damage. But yeah, let's just try some stuff. Let me even see if we can properly recolor the Empress thingy. Actually, what did the Orb Blaster look like? I don't think it worked, did it? Did it work? Who knows? Just put it in and see what happens. Multiple videos, yeah, I guess it makes sense. Okay. No! You're not telling me he's loading everything now, is he? Bro, I pressed escape. I wanted to undo. Oh my. Seal potions? Probably not, no. Unless I give you some explicitly. Max HP doesn't work. Oh, you mean max HP heal pots? I mean, if I decide to put in heal pots, they would be max HP, yeah. Or like percentage based, yeah. They would have to be. But I should probably give people heal pots. Because it's like somewhat... how do I say it? It's like one level of decision making I can give to the player. But like, my game crashed. Oh my god. Better give them some more options. But what I was thinking for now is give them like a percentage health region. That's gonna be probably very low. But a lot of these like tiny details, they're not fully fleshed out yet. And we're just mainly doing attack patterns for now. The code is saved, yeah, no worries. Bro, imagine if your application crashes, the code just gets like deleted. Or like the latest version of your code just disappears. Oh my god. I mean, coding would be like its own rage game at that point. Okay, I'm gonna be right back though. Alright, hello. Okay, let's get rid of all this garbage. And I watch it crash again. Wow, maybe it didn't. So what did we change? I think we changed rotation and we added... Yeah, we only shoot one of these projectiles because I did want to try them out. Oh, it's this one. Oh. Yeah, it doesn't work at all. Even though I kind of want to use that projectile for a future attack. Even though it kind of looks like it's just dust. But I mean, it's a proper projectile. Yeah, we can definitely use this for something. But yeah, so far Star Ref and the Empress one look the best. Which again, Empress one was 873. Let me just see how would the color look if you change it. What would be a good like cosmic color? Dark blue. I mean, it's probably the best we can do, yeah. Yeah, probably. Something like that. I think every color isn't gonna look completely right, because it's just gonna be one single color, right? And doesn't really have gradients or anything. Actually, maybe it does. I mean, we see. Yeah, it looks very monochromatic. I think that's a word. I don't know if we can use this one. I would just go full Star Ref. More colors. I mean, we could pick like a random color, yeah. We can also give it a disco color. Oh, actually, it's kind of an issue. Because right now we apply the color every single frame. We don't really have a setup to just give them one color and they just remember their color. Yeah, I don't think we really have a good framework for that. I mean, it's not impossible, right? But I think it would actually be a decent amount of effort. Let them cut a moment I spot. No, that's not how it works. You cannot change. If you just spawn a projectile, you cannot change the color or access it whatsoever. And what we're doing right now, how to say it? Kind of like when our projectile wants to be drawn, it calls like this get alpha method, which pretty much is just, hey man, what color should I be drawn in? And then I just tell them, hey man, that is your current color. Kind of. But if I just try to say, hey, projectile.color doesn't exist. I would love if projectiles just had a color, variable, attribute, whatever, but they don't. NPCs do, projectiles don't. So we're kind of like intercepting in like the projectile rendering process, kind of. So what we would have to do, we have a list of all projectiles that we spawn. We would need to memorize the color for every single projectile, have that list be publicly available, such that this script can ask that list, hey man, I have this projectile, which color should it be? Which sounds horrible. Not necessarily in like the amount of code, but in the code structure. It is pretty damn nasty. But I guess what we actually could do... Like, you don't need to apologize. But if we can we somehow figure out the index? It's not who am I. Who am I is just the ID. Wait. The index of this entity will then specify... Wait. Okay. I have an idea. What we can do, that is actually pretty smart. The way Terraria handles projectiles, right? You spawn a projectile. And it's just gonna put your projectile somewhere in this array, wherever there's a free spot. Right? So each projectile has one exact position that's not gonna change while it's alive. So what we can do, we can take that index and treat it kind of like a... Not really like a hash function, like... As a value, as like a pseudo random number. So it's not going to change for each projectile. And we can just convert that number into a corresponding color. I think that is a way better approach. Maybe it's not, maybe I'm copying. So we know the index. Let's say we want to have 3 different colors. Right? We can just calculate mod 3. Then we have a color index. I don't know. Then we need a base color. Shut up. And then we can just say if our index is 0, our base color is... I mean, let's stay with the... Oh, what did we pick? Dark blue. Oh, that is actually such a 5-head approach, man, not gonna lie. And then we need 2 more colors. I don't know, maybe like dark purple? Is that not dark purple? I guess purple is like dark pink, right? Kind of. And then we need 1 more color. What is a dark sea green? That sounds cool. Okay, in this way, we have a color. Oh. Annoying. Okay. This way, we have a color for every single projectile that's not gonna change, that is dependent on that slot, wherever it is. And since we use mod 3, it's gonna have a uniform distribution as well. Unless Terraria has like some fancy logic where, I don't know, it tries to put projectiles in like even in indices, which I kind of doubt. Well, let's see. Oh, look at that. Wow. I mean, it looks a little bit more colorful, a little bit less depressing. But okay, so we can do that. That is cool. But do we even want to use that? That's a question. I mean, it's cool that we did this. But I can probably use that knowledge in the past. I mean, yeah, velocity is still messed up, but I don't know if I like the projectile type that much. I mean, it looks interesting, right? But it doesn't really feel thematically fitting. Besides like these greenish ones, the greenish ones actually look kind of nice, I think. I do kind of like those. Maybe let's only keep these for now. And velocity. Oh yeah, velocity is random number between 1 and 2 currently. Let's just do 1. Actually, no, that's so slow. Maybe 5 to 10. Okay, I think they just ignore velocity. Oh, you know what could be? They actually spawn a different type of projectile towards the end of their lifespan, right? And maybe that's the actual projectile. And this one is more like a decoy that just does a hard-coded behavior. Which, I mean, actually, technically, we can just override that. I think, with the same framework here, kind of. We just override the AI. And I mean, all we would really do, right, is say projectile center plus equal projectile velocity. Right? I think it's that simple. You know, I guess this could break the entire projectile. Depending on how it's written. I mean, it definitely breaks my mods, that's for sure. Okay, but it works. So they're definitely a bit faster. They do no funky stuff. You know, they still behave really weirdly. Like, I don't think that's normal, is it? So let's look at this one. Like, where's he aiming? Like, they move so weirdly, man. I don't know, man. Something is off about these. I don't think it's the speed. Wait, what? The proprietor? Wait, what? What do you mean? I mean, the movement is just so off. It's like so off. bullets are homing. I mean, right now we override the entire AI. Even though, I mean, obviously, I guess something is still off. I don't know. I mean, it is a very special projectile, so maybe there's like some other code somewhere that still does something to it. That would explain it. But yeah, I'm not sure what it is. I think we can probably keep this here. And then we make sure that all projectiles behave the exact same way. Oh, actually, we can't do that. Instead, it's just gonna kill every projectile AI there is now. Yeah, I think my Zenith is kind of broken. Is that just me? I think it's kind of broken. Maybe not? I'll just get rid of that code. I'm scared of that code. The bullets are homing ones that are trying to home and then saying give them a path. I don't think that's the issue, because how does homing work? You change the velocity in some direction. What does my code do? It changes the velocity in some direction. So, I don't know. I mean, I guess in theory, it could be like this weird behavior where they try to home somewhere F different and stuff. Even though I don't think they're actually homing. I think the other ones were homing, like the ones they spawned. But I don't know. I mean, maybe that's it. I'm not sure. Okay, let's go back to the Star Wrath. And see if this one is affected by color. I actually don't know. Ooh, I mean, maybe there's like a pre-AI still running. Do you have access to like pre-AI? Oh. You probably should have overwritten pre-AI. Yeah, maybe there was still like something going there. Yeah. That's probably it. That is probably it. I mean, I can't tell you that you're right, but I can see how that would be the reason why it behaves that way, yeah. I mean, I guess we can try it. We put this one back. Public override. We do pre-AI this time. We return false, so we don't do any other AI stuff besides what we tell them here. Okay, my Zenith is just dead. Okay, the projectiles are also just dead. Okay, so maybe... Interesting. I mean, it's kind of funny how we can just fundamentally break the game of like 4 lines. That is kind of funny. But okay, I don't know what it is. Maybe it's something else. Okay, also Star Breath. We can probably keep the default color. Actually, what I want to try... Can we change the texture? Should have access to that, right? Oh, we don't? Is it readily? Or what is it? Oh, you override. Oh. So you don't have access from outside. Unless... Probably not. No. Yeah. Fair. Okay, so maybe you only do Star Breath. And then we say it's good enough. We've been sitting on this for like over 4 hours. I think we made no progress in the stream. I think we figured out like the gravity stuff in like the first hour, and what have I been doing since then? I don't know. Not a whole lot. So we need to get somewhere. We're wasting so much time with visuals. I mean, I know it's fun, but it doesn't add gameplay, unfortunately. I wish it would. Okay, that's the wrong projectile. The hell is that, man? Why do I have so much garbage open here, man? I can never close my stuff. Okay, we just take the Star Wrath. And it's final. Also, we should actually probably give it a time left. In case it just does weird stuff and it doesn't find its way to the black hole. What is like a good number? Maybe 10 seconds, maybe? 15? Let's do 15 seconds. Okay, one last check. If that works, cool. I think what we're gonna do next, we're gonna have to figure out player gravity. Because right now, I mean, it's only projectiles being affected, right? Which is kind of weak. But we need to get the player affected. Also, wait, let me actually see. If I disable auto joining, maybe the mod isn't going to crash. If I have to manually join worlds. Who knows? But okay, I mean, it works. It spawns transparent, it comes out, it goes there, and it's gone. Even though this one... Oh, wait, the issue is the star. The star doesn't change color. That's where you obviously see where it despawns. Yoni, hello. Yeah, we're doing something new today. Crazy, right? Wait, by the way, is the rotation still wrong? No, it's right. Oh, but yeah, these little stars are quite an issue. Yeah, I didn't really pay attention to that before. That does look kind of bad. Oh, why don't they change color though, man? Do I actually have to write my own shader for this? Maybe I have to. I mean, I know you haven't been here for a bit, but we started with this attack today. Actually, no, we started a little bit yesterday. But today's like the first stream where we only work on this. Okay, if you make a shader for this. What would it do? We give it some interpolation value. We give it one color where it's interpolating towards. And that's it, right? Yeah, I really like the texture. And it took us like, actually that's what we did yesterday. It took us like 2 hours to write a shader that makes it look like this. Was it just a damn circle otherwise? Second before collapsing. Yeah. That's probably how we're going to finish the attack. Or at least hopefully. Where they like slowly spiral into each other and it's going to be a massive explosion. Ideally. Yeah, I think we need to write shader. Complementary shader so the projectile should color behind them. Ooh, that sounds complicated. How do you even get the color behind them? I'm not sure. I mean, for now, I'll probably just do a very basic shader that kind of just does what we're already trying to do with like the fading to make it actually work like on all projectiles. I mean, it's probably possible, but I'm a very big noob when it comes to shaders. But yeah, I think we need to have to do some shadering. Yippee! Shader! And it's also going to be a very general shader, right? It's like fade color shader. Very general. Okay, so we need a color. Okay, we just do it like that, makes sense. Don't care about the time. I mean, there's probably one out there. I mean, are there like billions of galaxies? So I think there's so much stuff out there. Pretty much everything you can imagine is happening or will happen or has happened. Okay, so what do we want to do? We need color. We also need an interpolant. Do we cover the same color? I don't think we do. So we need the texture color, which we grab here. We have no distance. Let's get the final color. Which, I mean, all we do is a lerp from the texture color to our color based on the interpolant. And then we just set it to that color. Right, RGBA. Load 4. I mean, I ain't no shader expert, but I think that's the shader. I mean, it's kind of the thing about the universe here. I mean, it's a pretty big place out there. It's a ginormous place. But okay, give me 1 sec to compile this. So I have to do some funky stuff. This fate shader. Don't become like Pirate Software. What do you mean? I'm always right. Like, you guys may be surprised to hear this, but I've actually been never wrong in my entire life, by the way. Just saying. Compilation failed. Fantastic. We're going to the mountains. Nice, man. Hey, good night, man. Have a fun day tomorrow. I mean, to be honest, like, streaming can change people a lot. Definitely can. I mean, what I've heard, like the biggest theory why Pirate Software turned out the way it was, or like the way he is he grew very fast, right? With like these clips that made him kind of seem like a wise person. So that was kind of his image, right? That's what people expected of him. And he just took it very seriously to defend that image. Let me think. Do we pass in 3 or 4? We pass in 4, right? We probably pass in 4. Yeah. No code produced. Function must return a value. I mean, it's right there. Is right there. Going to sleep? Alright, man. I also wish you a good night. It's 3 AM. Yeah, it's 2:30 for me. Rhyme coding time. Line 11. I mean, we return a value though. Oh, we don't. Now we do. Okay, we have it compiled. There it is. In all its compiled duty. Look how beautiful it is. Look at all those nulls. Wow. Now where do we actually use that the shader? That's a good question. And even more importantly, if we use the shader, do we need this? I don't think we do. But I think we do need just pre and post draw if we have that. Please tell me we have that. Oh, we do. Let's go. The issues actually don't know if post draw, like what happens if my projectile returns false in pre-draw. Can I still call this? I don't know. I'm gonna find out. So all we want to do here... Oh, we call the base afterwards. Okay. So... dishes we always have to do true here now. I mean, it just set us to true, so what's the worst that can happen? Okay, we actually also need to bind the shader somewhere. Okay, I think that's it. Looks right. Then I think, or at least I hope, all we need to do is we grab that shader. Okay, I actually need to check how do we set the parameters again. I mean, I can probably figure it out. I just want to make sure that it's the same we did before. Okay, we just did this. That seems reasonable. So we set parameter color, which we have. Set it to something. Also need to set the interpolant to something. Oh, it does have overloads, I was about to say. Okay, then we apply the shader. Then the reason we need post draw, like if I'm thinking correctly, we call this before the actual pre-draw. Right, so we call this, then we do the pre-draw of the projectile, where we have the shader. Then hopefully we run into post-draw. I pray. Because then we need to reset the sprite batch. So the next projectile that may not be in this loop isn't being drawn the same way. Even though I guess we could... Yeah, let's just do it that way. Let's just see what happens. Okay, the thing is we still need to know the distance. Distance to the black hole, distance to the white hole. We need to know these, kind of. Let me see. Do we actually need these exactly? I think so. Yeah. And we kind of need the same. Yeah, actually, I mean, the code is pretty much the exact same. Only difference really here. We need to use the shader instead of just setting a color. Actually, wait, we can do this similarly. We just have our color. We have our interpolant. And then we just pass these in there. We need color to vector 4. Which it doesn't like. Because it's unassigned. Okay, that's fair. And this, boom. Okay, so if you want to do the drawing close to a black hole, our color should get lerped towards black, right? And the interpolant is gonna be this. Which is we don't actually need to compute up there then. And then this one kind of does the opposite. Oh, does it? It should be transparent. With the white hole transparency. Mm-hmm. And then we lerp from the texture color to that color. So we lerp from the texture color to black. Texture color to transparent. Bro, imagine that actually works. Damn. I would actually feel so smart. Place. Place. Oh. Okay, so we kind of don't have weapons anymore. There is no more projectiles. They're all gone. Okay, let me see what the error is. We have line 53. This. You know, I probably shouldn't have this code exist anymore. Just do this. Just ignore it for now. Even though it's probably not the issue. 53. Wait. So what's this line? Oh. Because we have a projectile that we try to draw before we actually have set the black hole, probably. Are these like running in parallel or what? Oh. Okay, so my guess is maybe this draw function gets called as soon as we spawn a projectile in, not at the end of the frame or whatever. So we set it to true. Then we spawn a projectile, then it calls that, and then it crashes because we haven't set the stuff down here. So what do we put it down here? Yeah, it's not a good start. Not a good start. Actually, wait, are they getting shaded? No, it was because I tapped out. Let's see. Why are they getting so dark? Line 54. I think it's the same line. Of course it is. Okay, what is null though? I mean, probably black hole, right? I mean, I guess we can just... Oh! Never mind, I'm stupid. So we attack the boss with our Zenith, which spawns projectiles. So it calls pre-draw. And then it wants to know where's the black hole for the Zenith. But obviously we haven't spawned it yet because we haven't had the boss yet. Okay, let's say if projectile... projectile type. This is Star Wrath. Let's just say if it's unequal, just return true. Just get out of here. Okay. 20 minutes practicing twins, nice. I didn't even know these guys have a desperation phase. I thought you just kill him. Okay, we don't crash. We also don't shade stuff. Cool. Yeah, I don't know. I really look too hard at what twins do. No clue. Let me do some double checking. Does this make sense what I'm doing? Hmm. Hmm. Okay, what if we instead put it in the sprite batch? Maybe that makes a difference. Yeah, okay, I'm not figuring this out on my own again. Takes forever. Okay, we can just put our shade in there, I believe. Yeah, I highly doubt that's gonna do something, but who knows. Yeah, it doesn't. Oh, what is that? Okay, it does actually do something. That does mean we can actually work with this. Okay, I don't know why it's spinning, but I think I do know why it's getting so dark. Like around where it's transparent. Why is it spinning? That is very weird. Okay, so what I'm thinking... We can just say if our texture color, where we're at right now, has a transparency, has a... Wait. Shit, what is A again? Like, is zero transparent or opaque? I always forget, man. I mean, in my mind, A stands for transparency, but I think in Terraria it's opacity. Yeah. 0 is transparent, 1 is opaque. Okay. So if it's greater than 0, so the current pixel is not fully transparent, only then we apply this color that we computed. We should probably replace. Oh, it's a shader core. It should be efficient. Oh, actually, I don't want to touch the transparency, do I? Actually, I kind of do, because what if I want to lerp on the transparency? Okay, that does look 50 quadrillion times better, does it not? The thing is, you can still kind of see where it despawns. We can fix this if we simply wait like a little bit longer till the entire projectile like cross the event horizon. Even though it still definitely doesn't really work for like the spawning at all. So wait. Why do they collide with tiles? Oh my, I didn't even see that before. But actually, wait. They do get transparent. But I don't know if they get further away. Oh wait, so it does do something with transparency. It's in here. Okay. Okay, so this is the white hole stuff. We want to interpolate from the current color to transparency. Wait, first of all, our interpolant up here, this goes from 0 to 1 as the distance of our projectile to the white hole goes from 0 to the event horizon. Which means when it's close to the center, near 0, actually probably, does it make sense that it's 0? Actually it does, yeah, because it's once in the center. So if it's 0, we return 0, because it's the lower bound. So this is 0. Ah. It seems to be the opposite. It should go from 1 to 0. I mean, we flip these. I mean, that should also work though. And then we should actually have a shader that we can actually reuse for future use. But okay, man, you know what? I'm starting to get a little bit more comfortable with shaders. Oh, yeah, dude. Even though you do still see this kind of jump where they suddenly get darker. Which I'm not a big fan of. But I feel like it doesn't look that bad. No, for like the despawning, I think we can fix that somewhat easily. Black hole behavior. So right now we just despawn them when they're like within the center. And we need to make this condition... actually... I guess we can cheat a little bit. And we don't compute the distance based on the current projectile center. But where it was... where it was... maybe like 10 frames ago. Yeah. And that should pretty much just delay when we despawn it. So it's going to be further into the black hole before we despawn it. And I think if it's fully submerged in the middle, you shouldn't be able to... Or at least it should be a bit harder to tell when it despawns. I don't know, is it harder? Maybe we need to like increase this. What if we put like 60? 60 is very extreme. Just to make sure the idea works. But honestly, I'm starting to think Mod Reloader doesn't crash as long as you don't auto-join the world. Which honestly is fantastic news if that's true. Okay, I would say the logic does work. But obviously if you put it too high, then we don't really hit this threshold. So maybe like 20 frames? However, this idea is gonna break real fast once we have really fast projectiles. So I should probably figure out a way to actually change the distance. I feel like it's good enough for now. The light despawning. The light despawning to make what? But okay, good enough. We overcooked this way too hard. Now, I think the last thing we want to do for today, we need player gravity. And maybe since we did like most of the projectile debugging, maybe we spawn a couple less. Also, let me check again for the tile collision. Tile collide faults. Let me see. Can we? Maybe you can ignore that. Wait, also I should have... wait, this line. Should be in the beginning of all lines. Of all the things we override. Colliding. Yes. Can we do that? I mean, how do I like figure out if it's colliding with a tile? and then say, no, it's not colliding. How do I like gaslight it? On tile collide. What happens when... Return true to allow the vanilla tile collision code to take place. I mean, what if I just return false? Or that? I mean, that should be easy. So I think this pattern is a bit lame if the projectiles that go to like the wall side just instantly pop and just get destroyed. It's a little bit lame. Okay, that is interesting. That is not quite what I expected. So now they just like kind of not really bounce off, but just get redirected. I mean, it's interesting. I don't think it's that bad for now. On tile collide. Is there a different collision method? Public override. Tile collide style. That could be it. False going override. I mean, if you just return false, doesn't that mean it just ignores tiles? So I think that would be a bit smoother. Especially since we don't know what the final arena is gonna look like. Like if it has like a lot of edges. It would be a bit weird. They just glide around the walls. Oh, that actually works. Oh my god, man, look at that. Bro, I'm so glad I found this global projectile class, man. That is actually such a lifesaver for a lot of things. Like, I had no idea you can customize vanilla projectiles that much without just making it your own custom projectile. It's so good. But okay, that's for now. Spawn a couple less projectiles. I think right now we just spawn one every frame. And we call this every frame. Let's maybe spawn them faster, and it's one every, oh, I don't know, every 5 frames. Seems reasonable. But okay, what we actually want to do is player gravity. Or player suction, whatever you want to call it. Which, I mean, in theory, doesn't sound that hard. Even though it kind of is. Yeah, let's see. Right now we go through each projectile. Say we can really use that code. We'll just do it like manually afterwards. So we only have one player, so we just use local player. That makes that part easier. We know the position of the player. We need to know the distance to the black hole and the white hole. In this case, only the black hole. Okay, that's the distance. Which is spelled completely wrong. And we need some strength. Oh, it's ambiguous, okay. It's called play distance. And we need a strength. Or a player strength, whatever. Which I mean, all it really is a lerp. That goes from 0 to 1. As what happens. Wait, do I have like a thing here? Center range. Let's just do this for consistency reasons. Call it projectile. Oh, what's a good name? I don't know. A whole radius. Texture radius? Let's do texture radius. Which we should use here. I mean, it's like the exact same thing, actually. Oh my god, what is this, man? Should I even use that at that point? Wait, that makes... Wait, actually that makes no sense. Wait, that actually makes no sense. What? Yo, Elio, hello. We're currently still working on a little black hole. It does a little bit more now. Isn't that cool? We have to figure out a lot of things to make this happen. In like the last hour, probably. Oh, yeah, we got somewhere. We're kind of realizing this logic doesn't make any sense. Was projectile width times 0.5, so it's half the width. That is just wrong. It should be like half the radius or something. I think that's the reason we have this step here. We can obviously see when it changes color. Yeah, these are massive, man. It should be half the radius. Or maybe 0.8 of the radius. Whatever. It should be smaller. Okay, now this kind of makes sense. So I did decide we are gonna make the black hole suck you in and the white hole push you away. So you will want to stay in the middle to kind of like cancel out these two forces. Because I think that's going to be better in terms of gameplay than if I just put like some artificial circle in the middle and you can't leave that circle. So that's kind of what the idea is. And that's actually the code we're doing right now with like the suction. At least that's what I was trying to do before I did this. We kind of need the radius. Because the strength with which we pull a player is gonna be... What is it gonna be? It goes from 0 to 1 as we get closer to the black hole, right? Should get stronger. So the closer we get, besides the texture radius, is like the furthest we can be. While 0 is like the closest we can be, which is probably just gonna instant kill us or something. Actually, no. They shouldn't go to 0, they should go to the event horizon. And then guess what? Afterwards, you just get popped. You just die. Or something. Actually, why are these even functions? Why are these functions? I know my code is gonna break everywhere. Would it move like playground for circles across? I was... something like that would be cool, yeah. I wouldn't spontaneously know how to implement that. And we don't really... Again, we can't really attack, right? And if we can't attack and we like only have a gap, so if we have something like, I don't know, patterns like... Okay, that's maybe a bad example. Patterns like this, and then there's like a gap here. I think we can't really do that, because then it's very similar to the previous attack. Which is like, that is pretty much the exact definition of open hexagon, I would say. One of the 6 don't fit with the rest. Oh, do you mean like you I don't know, you like touch them, and then you can like go through them. So like, your idea would be you have like... You have kind of like this. And one of them... I don't know, something like that. And then we go this way and we're safe. We could do that. We could. But we need to add something to that. Because that alone, I don't think is special enough. We need like something else that's going on. But the idea itself isn't bad. And we can work on that. Okay, back to this. As we get from texture radius, which is very far away, to the event horizon, based on our player distance, which we have to climb. Never forget the climb. Where am I? There's the strength, then we need to apply that. Player velocity. Oh, actually, no, do we have... Actually, no, we don't have target, right? No, okay, whatever. I mean, this mod is literally unplayable in multiplayer no matter what I do, so... I can just use local player. Oh, actually, we need to know the direction as well. Player direction to... Projectile center. Oh, projectile can hit with melee weapon, of course. What else would I mean? Yeah, it's a vector. And we just add direction times strength. strength. Can't type. Strength. Times some value that should be the maximum pull strength. Maybe like 5. Whatever. And then, since you guys know me, I'm a good programmer. We just copy this, put it here, and put a minus there. Peak. Doesn't mean that's all it's supposed to do, right? It just pushes the player away. Actually, no. We can have this be a plus. We just change these two. It doesn't even make sense, does it? Alright, man. Have a good night. Good night and see ya. Okay, then we just flip the direction and we still just add it on. But yeah, we should probably abstract this somehow. Or not abstract this, but what's the word? Make like a method for that or something. But okay, now we should have some sucking and some pushing. I mean, no worries, you guys don't need to apologize. No worries, man. Welcome back. Okay, we could have something beautiful now. Okay, maybe times 5 was a lot. Oh my god! Oh my god! Okay, that is... The suck may be too strong. God damn, bro! Oh! Maybe a little bit too strong. Okay, we need some type of strength. We put at 1, and then it's gonna be the default strength. Because I think 1 is a bit weak. Because then we only apply the normalized direction every single frame. I think we put 2. How about 2? 2 is a good number. And then we also need like some way of doing something to the player when it's like in a black hole. I mean, should we just insta-kill the player or should we do something funny? Okay, that is weaker. It's still so goddamn strong. Holy. Man, it's so strong. Send him to the abyss IRL, true. I think we can do like some fancy shader where like it shrinks like the vision, gives them like some crazy darkness effect, but then what? Bro, it's so strong. Oh my god. Also, isn't that like the infinite flight thingy from Empress? Why didn't I get this earlier, man? Appear out of the white hole. Oh, wait, that is actually interesting. Wait, actually. I mean, that makes sense. Oh, that reminds me. My initial idea for this attack was actually similar to that. I was thinking the boss spawns a bunch of projectiles. Then they go in the white hole. No, then it gets sucked in a black hole and then it just comes out of the white one again. And then that's kind of the attack. And it just only works with like these initial attacks. These initial projectiles. I guess we could also do that. We would just have the player being pushed around or spit out. The only issue is the black hole doesn't know where the white hole is. Like they're completely separate. I mean, I guess we can check this on the outside. I don't know if that's a good code design, because it's technically logic for the black hole. I mean, I do know where both are, yeah, it just... Again, it's like a logic of the black hole, so it should be in the black hole. But it doesn't have enough information, and it doesn't make sense to put the information in. I mean, as for now, we can just put it on the outside. It's like a proof of concept. So we can just say if target dot center dot distance to black hole center projectile center, if that is less than the event horizon. We have to push and pull, incentivize staying away from the center. I mean, yeah, we need to fix that. We need to make it that the player wants to stay in the middle. Maybe we just rotate them very fast, so you can't really stand on the outside. I don't know. We'll just put like a bunch of spikes everywhere. Oh yeah, we need to do something about that. Man, like, why? These lines are so unnecessarily long, man. Change the boss area if it helps, sure. Okay, we say target center. It's gonna be the white hole. Center for now. Target velocity. It's gonna be direction times, I don't know, so some... Do we take the previous velocity? Now, let's take the previous one. Why not? That's funny. It's void. Can we do safe normalize? I think some of them return something else now. Yeah, this one returns a vector for some reason. It's so weird, man. So inconsistent. I should just do this like +5. Oh wait, that's not how it works. Wait, we don't want to normalize this. No, we want the length of this. I'm stupid. Length plus 5. Why not? Do something funny. That's a 2. Okay, this should push us out. Or the other one. Even though maybe it's a bit mean that it's gonna spit you towards the black hole. So you're probably just gonna be in like an endless loop. I can't press anything. I can't even press escape. Oh my god, what's happening? Function does not accept floating point, not a number values. What does that mean? What do these words mean? Okay, and of course it doesn't tell me the line. Fantastic. Okay, we have a vector. Direction to a vector. Target center, which is a vector. Set it to a vector. Velocity, which is a vector, is direction times a scalar plus 2. Is it this? Does it look like this? Target center distance, black hole projectile center. And this is a float. It is. I mean, I would love to know which of these lines made the issue. It would be fantastic to know. Actually, my game's completely cooked. Any way I can fix this? I don't think there is. Alright, it's only like the third time today that my game died, right? Not that bad. Let me see. Maybe the error... It just has a weird format or something. Maybe I missed it. I don't know, like the first line of the error is in a file called door opening helper. And what kind of door am I trying to open? Like, someone explain that to me. I just don't see the issue here. Or maybe it's still... It's like not this code, but something we wrote before that I didn't check before. But normally I try my code very often, so what would that be? I mean, sure, you can post it in Discord as always. Okay, now we don't have the issue. But where's the gravity so weird? It's just really weird. Where? Huh? Where's the gravity so weird? I mean, we did make it weaker. Working together? No, that's not how it is. Like, they only affect you when you're within the texture. So if I'm here, I'm only getting affected by the black hole, not the white one, because it's too far away. But I should get stuck to the left here. Yeah, no, but still. The overlap is only a little bit in the middle. Do we need to flip this? No. I mean, it worked before though. Okay, whatever. We can fix this next time. I do want to get the teleportation to work though. What if we just do this? That is like the most simple thing we can do. You know what, let's do it. Nah, let's do that. That's like the most simple thing we can do. If we're close to the center, put the player somewhere else. It's like as easy as it gets. But I just kind of wonder. We could probably spawn these in here, right? I mean, we can. Damn, bro, look at that. It's kind of cool. Okay, anyway. Like, what does that mean, man? I don't know what that means. I'm not opening any goddamn doors. Look for doors to open. The hell does that mean? Okay, let me just make sure. Which of these two it is? I mean, I think it's probably the if condition, if I had to guess. Oh yeah, we need to restart the entire game again. Cool. Fantastic. Wait a minute. No. It's right. It's alright. It's fine. But now we should get ported on top of the white hole every single frame. That is the expected behavior. And we get 2 hours even. Wow. So what's interesting is that the game obviously can put us on here. I mean, that's why we're on here. But it still crashes somehow, for some reason. And now we even got 2 crashes, 2 errors. I don't think there was anything to save normalize. At least maybe actually in this old code? No. I mean, the errors like don't tell me anything. They look completely unrelated. They told me about... They're like trying to figure out where to spawn an NPC and how to open a door. I don't know what these mean, man. Index outside bounds of the array in NPC. Do update world. Yeah, I'm not sure what the error is, honestly. Let's see. What? dash dish arrow me. Okay, first of all, we need to restart the game again. Fantastic. I love debugging when every attempt takes like 5 minutes to perform. Oh, we do get a nan somewhere. What do we get a nan? But I mean, it's this line, right? Again, this does exist. Because before that we called setup. Where we set up. And then we have it. Did I put it at the wrong position? No. Oh, it's so weird. But if it doesn't crash now, then I will be very confused. But how do I still get ported on here? Did I not comment it out? I didn't even comment it out. Oh. I mean, how could we get a nan though, man? So tell me like the projectile center isn't set, but how does that work? Okay, actually, if that's gonna work now, I actually have a hypothesis. Okay. Is there any chance that the projectile updates its own center once per frame, but it doesn't do it in the same frame where you spawn the projectile? That is my best guess. Even though, actually, no, that doesn't make any sense. Because before, when we had the if, we didn't run it to the center in the first frame. So that's actually not it. Okay, like, can I like call that if? Like, we're just doing baby steps now. I would love to figure this out today. Okay. So we can call the if, no issues. It's like a better method I should use. I mean, there's a player.teleport method. I mean, I guess we can try it, see what happens. Even though I never had to use that ever. Teleport to the white hole. Style, okay, I don't really care. Just give me there. So it does work. Even though, what is our comparison? Target distance to black hole center distance, that's an event horizon. Oh yeah, did we put the event horizon at like 80% or something? Oh wait, it was 80% of half. Is that still so much? It took half the width, which is the radius. Oh wait, no. Okay. It should be like 0.5 maybe. Okay, so teleporting works now for some reason. Because we just aren't allowed to do this here. Sure. Even though that's literally what I'm using for like previous attacks as well. But okay, sure. Not gonna complain. Okay, and now if this is gonna work, we're gonna get spit out. Or spat out? Spitting out? Spat out? We shall be ejected, like the imposter from Among Us. Maybe we are being ejected, it's just really slow. I don't know, let me put like... Put a 15 in there. Feeding 15 today. I don't think the velocity actually works. White hole direction to black hole. I mean, let me put like a 50. Let me put 100. It should move me somewhere. Oh, even though I guess technically we're just gonna get knocked against the crystal because it's always in the center. So you can actually just get change the seed. Okay, it does something. But it doesn't really seem like it's aiming in the right spot. Oh! I should know it is aiming in the right spot. Okay, so it just looks really wrong when it's really fast. Oh yeah, because we get knocked off by the crystal. If we still need to like move the crystal somewhere during this phase. But okay, we like have a base idea of how this pattern is gonna look. Okay, we still need to definitely figure out what to do with the edges. How we make these a bit less inhabitable. I mean, or maybe we can nerf the suction a little bit, which would make the projectiles hug the walls for a bit longer. And then the entire point of the pattern is to kind of like have to go around the room, like in between the portals, at the holes or whatever. I also wouldn't mind that. Does it mean then you're kind of... wait, actually, does it? I mean, one side is definitely harder. I think this is the harder side I'm on right now. So running away from the black hole. But in that case, we should probably make it a one-shot you instead of potting you. So you're running away from the black hole while you're running against the current of projectiles. So that's kind of cool. Let me check the other side. At 2 every frame. Maybe you have like extra updates on. I don't even know if that would influence it, but that is a thing for some projectiles. Okay, on this side there's like literally nothing. Oh. That reminds me, still... Like the physics still aren't even complete. Because right now, the black hole sucks, yeah. But the white hole doesn't actually push. We actually didn't implement that yet. All it does is it spawns projectiles in the center with like a random velocity. But it doesn't actually push them out every frame as it should. But on this side there's literally nothing. I suppose it's in terms of angular distance, it's very similar to the black hole. I don't know. I'm not sure when it happens. That was a hit. Nice. I'm surprised you even knew what that is. I mean, I found this on accident like a couple days ago. Which is kind of a cool thing. For like very fast projectiles. At least that's like the main use case I understood. What it's like meant to be used for. But okay, we got somewhere. I think we're gonna call it here though. Definitely needs a lot more cooking. But yeah. So again, we may need to figure out the rest of the physics. I don't know. Again, if we like need to put something on the walls to prevent the player from being there, or we make the entire pattern around the player being there. I mean, or what could actually be kind of cool? What if the 2 holes that like spawn on the opposite sides, they like slowly grow, they slowly speed up. And since they're very slow, you can stand on the outside, like in between them. So kind of like here. Then they speed up over time, they go like omega fast, but maybe they spawn a little bit less projectiles. So you actually want to stand in the middle then, because you can't move that fast on the outside. Then they slow down again, slowly spiral into each other, and you need to at some point go through them, like in between, to like get to the outside so you're not being caught up in the explosion in the middle. Is that peak or is that peak? Sounds like a lot of effort. But it does sound cool if we can actually make that happen. Also, maybe we already have, I think, pretty decent textures to work with. So I think we can actually make this a pretty cool pattern as well. Isn't going through, I don't know, man. I don't know what you're doing. Maybe we're trying to type some slurs. Yeah, I don't know what they're doing. It's also not in the other chat. Discord? What is that? Oh, the attack, yeah. I mean, I guess I can look at that real quick. With my slow ass internet. Yo, there's a lot of symbols. That's a lot of goddamn symbols. I mean, it looks interesting. Reminds me a bit of the normal Calamity Profane Guardians fight. That's kind of what it reminds me of. You know, they only do like the last part where it like goes together. So how does this work? You like look at the symbols, I guess? I see. It's kind of fancy. It's pretty fancy. But I think you need some black holes in that fight. They'll make it even cooler. That's what I've heard. But yeah, anyways guys, I think I'm gonna hit the bed real soon. And then we cook this another time. Yeah, maybe take some notes as to what I just said with like the attack. Because we can probably make something like that. Because I was kind of worried with this attack that it's gonna be too one-dimensional in terms of gameplay. But if they just keep spinning for like 30 seconds, you just sit in the middle. That's not too exciting. But if it's like dynamic, you know, you have to like go in between and do stuff. Kinda cool. But anyways. I'm a caller to you. Have a good night, y'all. Thanks for watching. Stay geeky, chat. And I will see you all tomorrow. Bye-bye.